Morning, welcome to this committee of the whole meeting where we will begin budget presentations this morning. I will call this committee of the whole meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. November 26th. Councillors, there is a set agenda, not amenable for approval. Just for those who might be watching on our Zoom platform or who might watch later on our YouTube channel, this is not quite the beginning of our budget deliberations. We have received requests previously from various community groups who are seeking funding from the municipality. Today we will go through departmental budgets. I just want to confirm that there is always an opportunity for citizens to engage with council as a whole or individual councillors as we work to develop our budget. We have no one in the gallery today, but individuals are invited to attend and watch this process unfold in the public domain, unlike other orders of government. We conduct all of our deliberations in a public setting and welcome residents to appear before us either as delegations on the agenda or individually and ask for time when they attend. And this will be back. There will not be decisions made as we are in committee of the whole, and ultimately all of this will come back to council sitting as council for determination. So residents are welcome. And with that, Mr. Given, I will turn it to you as CAO to introduce a process overview of various other factors and then begin with the presentation of departmental budgets.
Great. Thanks very much, Your Worship. It's a pleasure to be here today, Council. As Mayor Ireland mentioned, we'll start off with some introductory comments around what the budget process looks like, some of the factors that are impacting the municipal budget heading into 2025, before we actually get into the presentation of different departmental areas and the numbers. So I'll kick that off. We've got our screen up there. So as we head into 2025, obviously, it's a significant year for our community for the obvious reasons as we transition through response phase of the wildfire event and into the longer phase of recovery. And it's also a significant year because it's the last year of this council's term. So you are being asked to approve a budget that actually continues on past the end of your term and into the next, with the municipal election coming up in October of 2025. As Mayor Ireland mentioned, we have already started this process. It is a multi-week process. The first step was a committee of the whole meeting where different community groups made their presentations to council with requests for funding for the upcoming year. At that meeting, the committee of the whole referred a number of items to the budget at this stage, and I'll mention that those are not at the time included. They're referred for consideration here at the committee of the whole, but they're not included in the upfront numbers that you'll see. So today and tomorrow, Mayor and Council will hear from administration, be able to question the budget. We'll have an opportunity to make amendments, inclusions, exclusions, and ultimately at the end of your deliberations, we hope that you'd be in a position to say, okay, this is the budget that we would like to see come forward to council for finalization. We wrap up with a motion to send a budget document to council. Following that direction, administration would have an opportunity to consolidate any amendments that council might have made, so that we could turn them around in order to publish them with enough public notice for people to be able to see it ahead of time, which gives us a likely return to council either December 5th or December 17th. So again, depending on whether council needed additional time, we may need a little bit of additional time to get it back around. But in terms of the process of where we have been and where we're going, that's what it looks like for today. We've already referenced the agenda. A couple of other items towards the end. Obviously, we'll have some discussion about the municipality's reserves, how much we have in savings. what the forecasts are for that over the coming years, as well as the municipality's debt capacity and essentially, what sort of debt burden we have and what that looks like for forecasts for the coming years. And then finally, community group referrals that have already come from committee of the whole. So again, they're recommendations from committee, but here for you to decide whether you wish to include them in the budget. Council will be familiar with this cycle. This is a typical cycle of annual planning. And it will typically start with council's strategic priorities and the adoption of council strategic plan, which then allows the municipality and administration to move into the development of operational plans for the coming year and operational budgets, which are then consolidated at the senior management team level, brought together, and then come to council for review and approval. And then we would go into the new year developing our targets and indicators, and the cycle is sort of an ongoing cycle. As you can imagine, this year is significantly different due to the wildfire. The evacuation on July 22nd, the active response phase, the resulting loss of 820 housing units, the loss of approximately $300 million plus in accessible properties, and then eventually into re-entry on August 16th, as council knows. So that was a significant adjustment to our schedule that council, administration, the entire community are obviously dealing with. A connection problem, Your Worship. The presentation. There we go, we're back. So with the wildfire evacuation, we really jumped a bunch of the schedule. As council will remember, last little while, we were assessing the situation, really trying to understand where our community was, what we needed to do in the moment. And we were immediately implementing plans and projects. So really out of sync with our typical process, but it was a time and a crisis situation that called on the organization and council to act. So council will remember very clearly that there were a number of requests from administration for DRP funded, disaster recovery program funded positions to aid in recovery, starting with our director of recovery and continuing on. So those were very atypical for what the municipality would do. We wouldn't usually add positions outside of a budget cycle, but obviously in this sort of situation, we needed to act, and we didn't have the opportunity to try to make the conditions fit our typical process. We had to rearrange our process to fit the conditions. As we've been able to implement additional staffing, we've developed some targets and success indicators, including around recovery. The community is, the JRCC is working on the development of a recovery plan. The target for that plan completion is mid-December. So again, a bit out of sync of what we would be traditionally doing in our typical cycle. So in essence, what we did was we mushed all these things up that came later on in the cycle into one big action following the wildfire, where we were taking an assessment of the situation, implementing, reacting, and we're developing targets and indicators. And now we're moving on to the development of the budget that has to respond to our changed situation. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, this cycle is also atypical in that for this council anyways, it isn't a circle. It is the end of a loop that council's gone through. You've gone through a couple of iterations of budgeting, but there is an election in October. And so this council will be approving a budget to the end of 2025. An election will happen in October, and there will be, there will be a new council for a new term. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm not trying to kick anybody out. But the fact is that this council's mandate ends at October of 2025, and a new council will take over for the end of the year. And it will be up to them to develop the budget for 2026 and beyond. So in terms of where we are down here in the cycle. where November, December, council is reviewing the operational plans and budget that has been developed by administration in the context of our wildfire recovery and our changed circumstance, and also in the context of the final year of the council term. Your worship, maybe I'll just pause there and ask if there are any questions before I continue on or any comments.
Thank you, CEO Given. Are there any questions from councillors at this stage relating to either the process or other factors impacting municipal taxes? If not, I will ask one about process. We are today at November 26th. We have another session tomorrow with respect to budget. Seems to me our last meeting of the year, our last regular meeting will be December 17th. Is it council or is it administration's desire that council approve the 2025 operating capital budgets by that date, December 17th?
Your worship, that would be preferred. As we discussed, I think, a couple of times through this term, having the budget approved before year end allows administration to begin things like hiring processes for any positions that are intended to come on, and particularly on the capital side. So the more lead time we have to understand what is actually confirmed and approved, that allows us to actually start to implement. In prior years where budgets are approved into the new year, it can present a challenge. Again, with the schedule I put forward, we believe we have at least 2 regular council meetings. And so depending on the level of changes, so it's in council hands, the level of changes or amendments that you might require, if there's small and doesn't cause a significant amount of, doesn't present a significant challenge for administration to incorporate those changes, then we can turn them around quite quickly, potentially for December 5th. If there was something more significant or material that took more recalculating, the administration might need more lead time. But we believe December 17th would still be fully achievable.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melvin?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are, of course, without a significant part of our tax base, and we are depending or we're hoping for some support from the provincial government to support a 2025 budget. And I think council needs to remain open to the idea that we may go into an interim budget. I understand hiring and so on, but until we're satisfied that we are supported for financing or being able to make 2025 whole, I think we need to keep that as an option. And if we need to approve an interim budget moving into the new year, we can always approve a full budget. But I'm really concerned that if we don't have the confidence of the funding, that we will be deferring or putting an unnecessary burden on the businesses who are now operating in town and the residents. And I just want to put that on the record. And hopefully in the process, by the time we get to December 17th, I think, we will have a budget that we can approve. But I want to make sure that it's clear that council and the community need clarity as to where the funding is coming from for the next operating year.
Thank you, Councillor Melvin. Deputy Mayor Keller-Rempe, did I see your hand briefly? I did not. If there are no other questions for CAO Given at this time, I will invite you. I will invite you then to continue with the presentation.
It's Your Worship. Okay, just make sure we're back set up on screen again. We are. So let's get into some of these other factors that are obviously influencing the municipal budgets. Councillor Melnick obviously highlighted a few. It's like he's jumping a couple of slides ahead. That's okay. Certainly not things that are unknown to anybody in the community. So there are also, outside of our wildfire context, there are some global factors that impact municipal finances, as they do business finances and personal finances. Interest rates, obviously through 2024, the entire economy was struggling with higher than historic interest rates. That had a significant impact on borrowing costs for the municipality and any debt that we took out in the 2024 year. Thankfully, the Bank of Canada is reducing interest rates, and we see forecasts that suggest that they should start to cool to under 3% in 2025. So that means that any new debentures that the municipality may be taking on through the course of this year and into next are going to be at a lower rate than any debentures that we were taking on in the 2024 year. Inflation overall, obviously, is closely tied to interest rates, but as Canada has experienced in the last year, inflation has been very high. That has obviously a direct impact on all the goods that the municipality pays for, and obviously it also influences labor costs, somewhat indirectly, but it does nonetheless. Thankfully, again, the Bank of Canada is forecasting CPI, general CPI, Consumer Price Index inflation, to average about just over 2% for 2025. It's important to note, though, that while this is good news, the municipalities' goods and services that we utilize, that we procure or purchase, are not exactly like going and buying a loaf of bread or milk. That we make use of a number of highly specialized or technical things that may or may not move at the same rate of inflation. So if we're purchasing a specialized part or a generator, for example, that doesn't necessarily move at the same rate of inflation as a basket of general consumer goods. So we do like to make that distinction that CPI, while it's cooling for the general economy, often municipalities and these specialized components will trail behind that. And so we might not see that softening in the inflation on those types of items. And then, of course, there's also a fair bit of uncertainty going into 2025. Things include, obviously, the US presidential transition and any policy changes that might have an impact on the Canadian economy or the Alberta economy. There are obviously a number of global conflicts happening that could change and have an impact on the global economy. And there's also the potential for trade disputes and tariffs, which again would directly impact the cost of any goods that the municipality may need and may have a direct impact on some of those inflationary measures that I was in the previous bullet point I was so hopeful about. So we just have to recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty. Obviously, at our administrative level, we can't account for all that uncertainty. I think globally, everybody's asking the same questions. So I certainly don't feel bad that we don't have a magic crystal ball that could tell us exactly what's going on. We're in about the same position as everybody else around the world. But those factors, nonetheless, are things that we need to have top of mind when we're thinking about what the expenses of the municipality will look like in 2025. Of course, there are also some local factors impacting municipal finances. The first is that we're still transitioning away from our past use of reserves to reduce tax increases. So coming out of COVID in 2021, there was $1 million applied to reduce the amount of a property tax increase. And you can see how we've sort of weaned ourselves off of that level of support. In 2022, it went down to 500,000, 2023, 400,000, 2024, 350,000. And in 2025, administration is proposing to use 300,000 of the financial stabilization reserve to mitigate the level of property tax increase that ratepayers are seeing. So again, this is essentially an aftershock or a ripple from COVID, where council took quick action to reduce municipal expenses. And then the following year, where the need for services rebounded, we sort of re-implemented services, but we shielded taxpayers from having to take that big swing in costs by using reserves. If we removed all of that support at once, it would be a significant jump, in property taxes. And so the strategy over, the end of last term and through this term has been to gently wind down our supportive reserves in shielding taxpayers from tax increases. In 2025, we have increased debt repayment costs. It is up only $168,000 over 2024. So we have taken on significant debentures over the last couple of years, specifically for the recreation facilities renovations. That's the major driver. This year, the only debt that's forecast to be taken on is quite modest with respect to the fleet facility that was previously discussed. We also have a smaller amount of salary progressions and full year costs of positions that were approved for 2025 and 2024. So there were some situations where council approved a position in the 2024 year administration strategically or due to events may not have hired that position on January 1st of 2024. So in 2025, though, those positions now will start to be at 365-day a year cost. It is a relatively modest impact of approximately $28,000. And on the positive side of the ledger, as council will know, the federal government has announced land rent relief. This has a direct and material impact on the municipal budget. We see a decrease in expense of $746,000 that we would otherwise have to pay in land rent. We are leveraging that, of course, to help support the startup of our urban design and standards department, which you'll see that a little bit more later on. But that's a positive financial benefit to the community. And that support is announced to continue out to 2027. So those are the local factors impacting municipal finance. There are two other major local factors that are specifically related to the wildfire and the results of the wildfire. The first, as council is well aware, we have received significant support through the Provincial Disaster Recovery Program. That program is intended for events like this. It's a long-standing program of Government of Alberta and is backstopped at the federal level by another program where the federal government essentially comes in and provides excess insurance, if I can describe it that way. Under the guidelines, the Government of Alberta will provide financial assistance to municipalities for a range of approved activities. Director Fark has been doing a fantastic job of ensuring that we're confirming support from the province before we undertake any activities. We're getting that documented. In 2021, the provincial government modified this program to require municipalities to pay 10% of the cost of the disaster. And so prior to that, in other major disasters like Wood Buffalo, High River, or Slate Lake, there was no 10% municipal contribution requirement. So that's a significant change. And in Jasper's case, our currently approved DRP application, which is not, this is not a fixed number. It may go down. Possible it could go up, but just keep in mind that it isn't fixed. But our currently approved accepted application sits at $73.5 million. So a 10% contribution for the municipality would be $7.3 million. For the 2024-25 years, so obviously the municipality experienced significant costs under DRP for the initial response, interim housing and evacuation housing for residents. And the estimated municipal contribution to support those costs that we've already undertaken in 2024 and the ones that we know we'll be taking on in 2025, the administration estimates that the 10% municipal contribution would be $4.3 million. This would equal an additional 36.5% tax increase in 2025 if the municipality was intending to pay for that with cash in the current year. Administration is not proposing to do that. So when we get into the numbers, you'll see that that is not built in. And we can discuss some of the strategies that we have to address that. Obviously, this is an item that will likely be the topic of continued advocacy by council to the provincial government. But I think it's important that council and the community understand the financial impact of this 10%. It's not 100% certain to me that the program is taking into account the smaller capacity, financial capacity of municipalities like Jasper, and particularly in a large scale disaster like we've experienced. But again, if the municipality is going to pay the current 10% contribution, the amount that we know that we've already spent, that would be an additional 36.5% increase in municipal taxes on top of the 4.3% that administration is proposing in the base budget. But again, we're showing that item. We have some strategies of how we could manage that, but it is not included in the base budget proposal in front of you. The other item, and this is, I think, where Councillor Melnick was making a reference to, is financial stabilization. As I mentioned earlier on, obviously the municipality is, the community is very much impacted by the loss of so many homes. For the municipality, and when we come to budgeting, we need to look at those properties, those homes, as taxable assessment. They were all properties that paid taxes. They were all properties that paid utility bills. They were all properties that paid franchise fees to utilities, which were then remitted to the municipality. And so there's obviously a significant loss in municipal revenue and the potential for a significant shift in tax burden from properties that were destroyed to properties that remain. In line with support that had been previously provided to other communities, Council has approved a submission to the Government of Alberta to request financial stabilization so that these significant financial impacts aren't directly faced by local taxpayers. To date, the funding has not been confirmed. We've been in discussions at the administrative level. We've received some positive indications, but we can't confirm funding for 2025 or the financial relief funding the council had wanted to provide to residents for 2024, because the discussions are ongoing about what conditions the government might attach to this funding. So again, I think another matter of advocacy, but I think it's also important that the community understands that council has done the work that it can in requesting this, making a request that's in line with what's been provided in other communities that have faced similar circumstances, and that we are not in a financial position to provide that financial relief without some external help. The 2024 request, total cost of providing that financial relief that council envisioned would be just under $3.3 million. Again, that amount is unbudgeted in the current year, in the 2024 year, and would be a significant challenge for municipality to provide without some external financial support. Looking into 2025 and beyond, administration has made an estimate, and again, it is only an estimate because there are a number of unknowns, but we've made an estimate that municipal revenue loss out to 2027 will total approximately $9.3 million. In the absence of any external funding support, as I mentioned, the options available to the municipality would include reducing services, shifting them, so essentially cutting expenses, reducing services to cut expenses to try to keep taxes the same, shifting the tax burden to remaining properties, utilizing reserves, and we'll have a discussion about how much the municipality has in reserves, but it isn't a significant amount in the context of these dollar figures. Or potentially, and this is one of the strategies that you might notice in the capital plan, potentially taking on debt or debenture at the end of the term, at the end of the DRP program, to cover that 10% municipal cost. So again, significant uncertainty. I don't believe that it's uncertainty that we're going to resolve during this budget discussion. And council's there is significant opportunity to make adjustments prior to the setting of the mill rate. So the establishment and approval of a budget is not the same as the imposition of taxes. So the imposition of taxes actually doesn't happen until the new year, and a number of months into the new year. And so there's quite an opportunity to still have a discussion with the provincial and federal governments to identify strategies to address some of the issues that we've highlighted here before we actually levy any taxes or set the mill rate. So just to Councillor Melnick's point there, certainly council can approve an interim budget, But I do want to make a distinction between the budget and our intentions of what we would, the services we expect to deliver, and the activities we expect to undertake, and how we, how much tax we have to collect to fund those activities. There's a significant amount of uncertainty, but again, we don't actually get to levy taxes and deciding how much anybody's tax bill will be until well into the new year when we set the mill rate. I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I have two questions. I can appreciate if you don't really answer to my second question, but the stabilization funding we're asking for, the second part, is that separate from the DRP? Is that a different funding? Just for my clarification, I apologize that I should know this answer.
So yes, it would be outside the DRP program typically. So in the past, from all of the administrative research that we've done, it appears that this has been provided outside of the DRP program. We're in discussions with the province about what that might look like at this time with this go around. Obviously, it's a provincial program and subject to any changes that the province or provincial cabinet might like to apply to any individual circumstance. So that's still under discussion. Our understanding is though that it would be outside of DRP.
Thank you for that. And if I may, just my second question, do you, and again, I can appreciate if you do not know the answer, but do you know why the government made the changes in 2021 around the 10% and the 90%?
Your worship, I'm happy to speak to that a little bit. Certainly I'm not the provincial government, it wasn't the provincial government back then, but I think that the stated intent was to ensure municipalities had some quote unquote skin in the game, to act as a deterrent, particularly, and I'll say this, I think it was mostly reflective of flood risk. So in flood insurance, overland flood insurance is particularly difficult to purchase. And so the government tends to be sort of the final resort, insurance of last resort in flooding situations. My understanding is that the government, saw some significant flooding events in the early 2000s, impacting Canmore and Southern Alberta, and they wanted to provide a financial disincentive that would change private and public behavior, and in essence, not building in floodplains where things are going to get flooded out again and again and again. So that, I think that was sort of the stated intent, and at some level makes some sense. And I'm not certain that the program, again, took into account a disaster of this financial magnitude that directly impacted a municipality of our small scale. There are certainly other municipalities in our region. Yellowhead County, for example, had a DRP application. Edson would have, had their own, the fires and flood that happened in 2023. The scale of those disasters was obviously much, much smaller. Obviously, it wasn't impactful on those communities, it would have been, but it was much, much smaller than what happened in Jasper. And particularly in the case of Yellowhead County, they have significant financial reserves. You can look up Yellowhead County's audited financial statements. They likely have over $100 million in reserves, $100 million sitting in the bank. So for them to be able to make a 10% contribution on a $10 million disaster, is their ability to do that is materially different than Jasper's ability to make a 10% contribution on a $73 million disaster. And neither of those communities experience the financial loss that will have a multi-year impact on their municipal budgets in the way Jasper has. So, again, our situation is extremely different. I think that the intent of the 10% was to say, we want to change behaviors so people aren't rebuilding things that are prone to disasters. And there are municipalities that could afford to make those contributions. I think it's reasonable for us to bring up to the government that Jasper isn't in either of those situations.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wexler.
I believe that you spoke to the fact that the federal government backstops the provincial government for the DRP. And I wondered whether you were aware if other provinces also had the 10% requirement. Just for the public's knowledge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Waxer. So my understanding is that this is not uniform across Canada. There may be some other provinces that do have a municipal contribution requirement, but it certainly isn't all provinces. And again, I think the most relevant comparator is in Alberta. You know, we have significant experience with communities facing substantial disasters like this, from Slave Lake to Wood Buffalo to High River. We're the first community facing such a large disaster and having to pay this 10% requirement.
Other questions from councillors? I had then one follow-up to Councillor Hall's first question. So the difference between the funding under DRP and the other funding that we have requested that is not part of that, so that the revenue stabilization or whatever term we want to use. Can you confirm that from the provincial perspective, that potential additional funding, so not covered by the disaster relief program, is still subject to the 10%? The 90-10 split.
Your worship, I can't confirm that one way or the other. Again, if this was funding that's outside of the DRP program, it in the past, administration isn't aware of any requirement for the municipality to share a portion of financial stabilization costs in any other community that's received it. It's possible the provincial government, the current provincial government may make other choices, and that's the kind of dialogue that we want to be able to have with them. Ultimately, to get some confirmation about what financial support we can provide to the community and provide some certainty to our 2025 budget, but we don't have that at this stage.
Thank you for that. Again, if there are no further questions, I would invite you to continue the presentation, Mr. Gibbon.
Your worship, I think I'm actually going to hand it off to Director Melnichuk to take us into the fuller view of the base budget. And then she'll probably take us in. The first department that comes up is actually the finance administration. So she'll take us through the next couple of slides.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Yes, so just to speak to this chart a little bit, Council is quite used to seeing this in the past, but to highlight for those who haven't seen it or is new to watching the budget process, give a bit more of a highlight of what you see here. So, and there was a bit of a change, obviously, because of the new departments, JRCC, as well as the urban design and standards placed in to the chart. Those looking in their books might find it on page 11 of their. So first of all, administration, you can see a change in 2025 over 2024 year in the amount of 609,000. This is mostly due to the change from Parks Canada and the land use rent that is paid to Parks Canada. Also, there was a change in IT. You'll see we'll get into that a little bit deeper later on. And also a reduction in franchise fees projected by ATCO. So that was submitted to us not too long ago. Then what you're looking at, sorry, I'm going from file to file. You'll see no change for the ASSF, Evergreens, and the DIP levies. The land rent and planning goes down here in the amount of $746,000. The provincial rural policing, no change projected for this year. And general capital, small amount of 3,000. And then your community housing, you'll see where it's a big dip from, that goes down 290,000, but you see the, sorry. Yeah, nearly 290,000. But then you see, there's an increase in urban design and standards, and that's partly because we moved housing over to that department. And you'll see that as, that's fully discussed later on as well. Then with Jasper recovery, obviously it net zeros for the tax impact at this moment, but there's a note at the bottom to discuss that a bit more. The protective and legislative services goes down nearly 110,000, but that is because of not building in the external contributions to external groups. So as council decides on what council would like to support in the 2025 year of what was seen from the other presentation from the external groups, that would increase that value there. Then there's community development, increase of 457,000. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to pop it into another file here. So this is a big change in transfers from reserves. So as many of you will recall, a debenture was taken out in a bit later than anticipated. So what was done is from the prior year, transfer was put into reserves, then pulled out to offset the initial payment of debt in the first year. So then that disappears in 2025. So it's a big impact on the next year and seeing that kind of show differently. So that's 489,000. And then otherwise, there's only small incremental changes with material supplies as well as contracted services and whatnot. And in operations, the big impact is 168,000 in debt for transit, which council was made aware of last year in going into the projects. There was 56,000 added into asset management. And then we have the onboarding of the new bulk water and sandy dump building, which is about 43,000. And then we're also going to be speaking about 43,000 in grounds as well as around 42,000 in roads going forward. But we'll get into more of those details as you'll see the presentations from the directors themselves. As you'll see at the very bottom here, the total tax budget increase is just over 500,000. And then the utility budget, you're looking at just under 100,000 increase. So on the side, we have the increase amount of 4.38% on the tax-based budget and 1.32% on the utility-based budget. Now, as we talk further on utilities, you'll also see differences in the levies as they're presented later on. But overall, year over year, that's the change that is presented to council today and tomorrow. When it comes down to the disaster recovery, the municipal 10% contribution for 2024 and 2025, you will see that there's that 4,300,000. And that's your 10% that the municipality is responsible for. And when you combine the two amounts of the 516,000 with that amount, you would be looking at 4.8 million. So if it was covered off in 1 year, that's what Mr. Gibbon was alluded to earlier in that big increase that we would be looking at year over year. Not feasible, not possible for our community. But just to show the impact of what has occurred and what will be accruing for the 2024 year, and what will be planned for the 2025 year. And yes, that's a big summary of that page. Are there any questions on that?
Deputy Mayor Keller,
Thank you, Mayor Arlen, Huge Director Malcolm. Just looking at the Evergreen revenue and expense. So that's based on current assessment of, because everything through Evergreen is based on our housing assessment. So with a lot of our properties going down in value, is this reflected in here, or are we looking at it the same and then we're hoping to get the 10% back from the revenue?
At the moment, your worship, through to Councillor Keller MD, it is just looking at the budget as a same amount. We would be applying things, just to give council an idea, in how things would work to get a sense of what we might be putting through to the province, is that we would have to calculate based on what maybe a normal year would look like. And then we would know what would be recoverable from or as lost, what we would see as lost revenue. It's the only way to calculate what we would see as that lost revenue. So we're just planning it at a status quo, and we'll have to build it that way to see what that loss would look like. When it comes down to Evergreens itself, they don't give me a budget in time normally for me to place it into our budget. By the time that the mill rates are set, I will have more accurate numbers, so you'll see the actual reflection of their request or requisition to us in the mill rate itself. Sometimes it goes over, sometimes it's a bit less when it comes to the budgeting process.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor,
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Question to Dr. Malinchak. The 107 and 309 on protective and legislative services, is that the total of the asks that came to us 2 weeks ago? Like, if we approved everything that came to us, would that be the addition to the budget?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hall, we have that in our slides later on to speak to what was presented to council and the changes that it would make to the budget. It ends up being 0.9%, I believe, that we would be adding into the budget based on what they were asking. The decrease that you see here is based on pulling all requests out from the prior year, except for keeping the library at the consistent year that they requested last year. And then we would look at building them back in as per what council would like to do. So it's removing everything that was approved in the prior year other than the library.
in the absence of other questions, I have one, and perhaps well, I will try and wedge it into the overview, but maybe it belongs better at the department level. When I do my own comparative analysis of expenses, but more particularly the net tax envelope, by far the highest take on the tax envelope is community development. We used to have two departments, Family and Community Services and Culture and Recreation. And they were almost polar opposites in their draw on the tax envelope. Now it's all combined. So it's more difficult for residents, I think, to understand where their tax dollars go. Is it possible in terms of community development to break down that difference in tax support based on what has been combined but are still separate sort of objectives of that department?
Your worship, thank you for that question. Yes, it's completely possible. When you're looking at page 25 of your booklets. And then separate out in your net surplus or deficit. Sorry, on page 26. The next page is the continuation of their budget. You can see that activity center, library and culture center, arena, fitness and aquatic center are at the very top there. If you add all four of those together, that would be just the culture and rec side. And then the rest of the would be part of what we used to call community family services. So again, yes, still polar opposites in what the changes are.
Thank you for that. I can do the math on my own, but thank you for pointing that out to me. And it is, I think, important for residents to understand where the tax dollars go. So it's an important distinction. Thank you. Are there other questions from the council at this point for Director Malinchak? I see nothing. Carry on then, Mr. Gibbon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one more slide at the higher level before we get into departmental presentations. So thinking about the municipality's total expenditures. So of the $30 million, just over $30 million that we'll collect in 2025, nearly a quarter of that is actually requisitions to others. So that's money that the municipality sends out the bill, but we don't actually get to keep the money. So we collect on behalf of the Alberta School Foundation Fund, so funding for education. We collect a requisition for the Evergreens Foundation for seniors and affordable housing. We also collect for designated industrial properties and remit to the province, and then obviously the provincial policing expense, where obviously there's a service delivered locally, but we have no control of those costs. And we essentially, the province actually literally sends us a bill and we send the money to them. So nearly a quarter of that $30 million is not directly utilized by municipal administration in the delivery of services locally. They may be supporting services locally, but the money goes to others who deliver those services. So that is the, aside from community development, which Director Malinchak mentioned, and which I'll point out is also, our largest, the area that has the largest number of staff in the organization is by far our largest department, and you can see that reflected in the amount of the expenditures. With respect to the net tax envelope, and this is the amount of money that the municipality does collect to deliver local services by the municipality. Again, community development is the largest portion of that, followed very closely by operations, with protective services coming third, finance and administration next, and then finally urban design and standards. JRCC, you may be wondering why they're not reflected here, because they are essentially net zero operation, fully funded by DRP, not accounting for that 10% contribution that may come to the municipalities. But that's why they're not reflected in the chart here. But in terms of how do we spend our money, so we collect overall about $30 million. About a quarter of that goes to other people before we get a chance to use it. The $11.8 million that we do collect to deliver local services breaks out according to the chart that you see here. Worship, we're gonna next get into the departmental presentations. We've been at it nearly an hour. It might be an opportunity to take a bit of a break and reset before we get into the finance administration presentation, if you'd like.
Thank you for that suggestion, CEO, given it is on my clock 9:54, so let's call a recess until 10 o'clock and we can begin with the department presentations at that time. Thank you. It is 10:01. I will call us back into session, and I think we're going to proceed then with the first of the department reports. Director Malinchak.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll be fairly quick, I believe, going over the next couple of slides. Not much big change, pretty status quo in the finance administration world, but when it comes down to IT, there, you'll see some changes there. There will be increased focus on IT planning and strategy based on the IT master plan recommendations. So council got to see that this year. And one of those impacts will be that we are moving the IT coordinator into full-time hours. He has been part-time for many, many years. The staffing increases from when he began to now. I believe he started at about, we were at about 70 personnel, and now we're probably closer to 170. So we've seen a lot of changes in the past 8 years, and his position has become way busier. So we will be implementing the first step of that master plan. You'll see that finance is still going to be, even though JRCC is its own department, finance will obviously still be involved. There is a new dotted position. It's actually on the JRCC page, but I will be working directly with that position as well, and probably doing the financial reporting from that side. And that is the financial coordinator that you'll hear more about probably in the slides to come with JRCC. And so there'll be continued work along with the JRCC to ensure that there's accurate reporting to the DRPP or DRP funding, as well as the payable side of things. With that, administration has seen quite influx of work. We were busy before, and we're even busier now. And that has, we will be onboarding a new payables clerk in February. And to absorb some of our increased work, we're also extending the term that we have in payables at the moment to assist us with our loads. It's not possible at the moment to continue on the way we have been on. I haven't had assistance from my assistant for quite some time. There's been lots that have fallen behind. So we're just looking at just extending that position for another year. And then, but it's not a continuous position. And then the other thing that I'd like to highlight is that this year during the budget process, because of the wildfire and the complexities of what has occurred within our office, and looking at, you know, we're going to be dealing with a lot of taxation issues, utility issues over the next coming years. This year, because we didn't have much time coming back from the wildfire, we didn't implement much on the side of our party-based budgeting, and council probably noticed that. It's very important to council, so I just wanted to highlight that I will be taking that on full bore again, and ensuring that council has the information required from the process for end of term or going into a new term, so that you are aware of the progress that you've made with that party-based budgeting. So we'll still continue that focus. You won't see it during this budgeting process. It'll be more, you know, closer to August, September, that we'll be going over more of that for council. To go on to the next slide, I actually have to pass off the microphone one more time, and then I'll come back to the finance administration to speak a bit more about the operating budget as well as the capital budget. But for now, CIO Given is going to go over his overview.
Thanks very much, Director Malinchuk. So the CIO's office is not a different department. It is within the finance and administration area in terms of the financial information. But thought it was useful to show council as obviously the functions are fairly autonomous as they report to me rather than to Director Malinchuk. So the things that are influencing 2025 are obviously increased governance demands. Council is significantly more busy than maybe in previous years. as a result of the wildfire and the additional advocacy that's required in interaction with provincial and federal officials. We're also preparing for election and onboarding a new council that it would be reflected in the protective and legislative services as well, as they have the direct election expenses. But again, at that governance level, as CAO, I'm certainly thinking about that and preparing for that. We have an increased focus on internal communications. It's very clear that the municipality could benefit from that in any case, but particularly as a result of the wildfire. Our staff are needing more frequent information about what's going on within the organization. We're seeing significant changes in personnel, and keeping the organization feeling connected to one another is a key priority for 2025. We also have additional HR capacity in response to the increased number of staff that we have in the organization, and also the increased variety of complex issues that our staff are facing. And you'll see this reflected in other service areas as well. So you'll see that the HR area, where the human resources manager reports to me, has an additional DRP funded position of a human resources consultant. That position has been filled. It is working very, very closely with the JRCC, but in terms of the org structure and sort of who signs the timesheets, they're integrated with the rest of the HR department rather than having a standalone HR person that's operating independently. There's also the new executive advisor position, which council is aware of. Happy to have Ms. Daniel joining me from our childcare area to support with some of these governance related functions. And then finally, when you look at the financial picture, it's very modest change, and it also reflects that the housing and energy and environment programs have transitioned into the urban design and standards area. So the total staff complementing the CAO's office, including the communications function, the human resources function, is total FTE of 8 persons. I'll hand it back to Director Melanchuk.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the next slide for the operating budget, and we'll just go over a couple of items of note. So in the taxation portion of the revenue, you'll see that there's a decrease of 155,000. This is mostly attributed to the decrease in the franchise fee revenue that I suggested that ACO had delivered to us earlier this year. Then you'll also see the next line item, municipal tax, that is alignment with the 4.38% that we spoke about already. So that's 517,000. Already spoke about housing moving over to, urban planning and design. I often forget the term for that. So housing will be moving there. And you'll see that in the expense side of things as well. And then general admin and other, you'll see an increase in the revenue. And this is mostly attributed to increase what we've seen in interest rates. Although we anticipate interest rates to go down, we did see, we did have an adjustment with our interest rates that was applied to us with our bank, so that we actually are receiving more as our interest rates as prime goes down. And we will hopefully sit on our cash flow for a while and see good interest rates come in over the next year as well. So that will assist in the 2025 year. And then highlight a bit, I guess, on the expense side. You really don't see tons other than the biggest shift, I guess, would be in the taxation. You don't really see the change because it has moved to other areas, but there was a decrease in land rent, allowing for now a support to urban design and a transfer to contingency funds. So the contingency transfer was in itself 500,000. So we're moving that over to support that going forward for the years that we were given land rent relief. And other than that, there's that big decrease that you see in housing with the shift to urban planning and design. General admin is, the changes basically, for the continuation of, of the position into the next year, as well as increases in salaries and benefits for, as per the contract, the QP contract in the next year. And then the amount that you see for IT is the change in the staffing going from part-time to full-time. And that's just a quick overview of the bigger changes that you see within the context of the finance and operating, on the operating side. When it comes down to the capital budget, there are only 3 items and they're all IT related. The first one being eyes can't see that small text, so I have to expand it for myself. The first one being the network infrastructure upgrade. Then we have cloud computing framework and external safety audit. So the network infrastructure is actually scheduled for a server replacement for operations itself. So this happens every so many years, and it's always built within, you know, the 10-year plan. So this is the one that's scheduled for 2025. I see people looking through their booklet. At the very back of the book, there's the full capital budget, and the admin and IT is actually on page 40 at the very end. So that's for the network infrastructure. And then for the cloud framework, basically this would be an external consultation to define the cloud architecture and develop a roadmap for migration and implementation. Unfortunately, our internal staff are not able to do this, so it would be hiring the external consultation to ensure that that occurs. And then lastly for IT would be to complete an external security audit. And this would be to identify any vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our system to ensure compliance and regulations with regulations and standards. And there is one on the side of administration. Sorry, I skipped over that by mistake. But that is for office space redesign and the amount of $150,000. As you can see, all of those for admin and IT will be covered or plan to be covered through restricted reserves. And you can see the impact as you look into the appendices. There is a restricted reserve continuity schedule that you can reference while we are discussing any of the capital. And I will highlight that some of these are operating in nature, and you know, they are placed within the capital because of their amounts, so that we can speak to them individually, so that it's not a big impact from year to year going, oh, why do we have 500,000 in 2025 and then it suddenly drops? So it's just that way for us to look at them individually so council can see what might happen on the bigger scale of projects for the 25 year. And lastly of note, you can see that there's a bunch of other projects, you know, coming for the 26 and to 29 year forecast. They're listed there as well. The biggest one to note is that we do have the DRP municipal contribution scheduled in 2028 as a potential 10 million. I obviously went rounded up to the 10 million just to plan potential. And that would be obviously covered through debenture should we have to go that route. If we do not, then that would be the best situation for the town. And going forward in looking at our debt capacity, our debt limits is not favorable in taking that 10 million out for the municipality in that year. You can see that, in the projections that I've given, council, and that's in the appendices as well. So that is just a quick overview, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Melanchuk. Questions of councilors? Deputy Mayor Keller-Renty?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, to Director Allen. You stated that we have 170 personnel now. Does that include all the new positions that we allowed for due to the fire?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller MB, so that is including all staff, so that was an estimate, but it's casuals, part-time, whatnot, because there's IT often relates to a lot of you know, questions from those that aren't in the office as much as well, so there is that aspect, but it's basically how many people we are dealing with now and how many are on payroll, yes.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Director Melanchuk. We have some carryover items. And we have that throughout the whole capital plan. And can you describe what those are? Are those just projects that were ongoing here in 2024 that are yet to be completed? We'd have to go back, I guess, to last year's capital, see what those are specifically. There are some larger numbers coming up for sure as it relates to the activity center. But just, you know, here in this page, we have about $90,000 of carry forward. I'm just wondering if you know offhand what those are.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick. Unfortunately, I didn't list them out specifically, but they are on the capital report that was at the last council meeting with the Finance and Administration capital overview. So any of the amounts that you do see would be work in progress that was brought over in 2024 from the prior year. So that listing is on the last meeting, I believe, last council meeting. So unfortunately, without bringing it up and saving everybody some time for me digging, because I'm quite slow, it is on that last meeting's report.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Director Melanchuk, I have two questions relating to the capital budget. First, very minor, but roof access fall protection. How does that fall to administration? Just because it's above your roof?
Yes, Your Worship. So that is for the administration's roof itself, and just like we have reallocation to maintenance, we would take care of any of our space so that it's recognized as an expense of our area, that we would take care of that, yes.
Although no administrative personnel should be up there.
No, we will not be up there.
With respect to the $10 million that you put in sort of as a placeholder, and push that out to 2028, which is maybe making the best of a very bad situation. What would be the position financially for the municipality if the province requires that 10% to be addressed next year?
Yeah.
Your Worship, at this point, it wouldn't be favorable, and it would be best to have our any available funds to provide us cash flow. And the province did recognize that in a sense by giving us half of the amount requested right away. So I think that they already know that we're in a position that we need the cash flow. Now, there is that possibility that we will have to pull from areas that that wouldn't be desirable. We, I guess, would have to, but it won't put us in a good position.
Thank you for that. Other questions for Director Melanchuk regarding either the administrative, operational, or capital budgets for 2025? If there is nothing, if there's a counselor interested in making a recommendation so we can move on, we do have a list of recommended motions, but I wonder, Mr. Given, whether they might be modified to say that committee recommend council approved rather than committee approved.
Your worship, the motions are framed this way because they are recognizing, maybe there's a slight adjustment needed, but it isn't necessarily the intention is not to have council have to reapprove every single motion. The intention is that committee is approving, directing administration to move forward with the budget as presented, or as the committee might wish to amend. The intention would be that we would end up with a package that committee would be in a position to recommend to council. So appreciate maybe there's a bit of nuance there, but the intention is that committee is giving instruction to administration to either amend the proposal, it certainly is your right, or to move forward with the proposal that has been presented. And that at the end of the couple of days of discussion, after council is satisfied with the amendments that you might wish to make, or the budget that's been presented, you would have a full package that you would then recommend to council. So that's why the motions are framed the way that they are. Appreciate they're here as recommendations for council, but it's certainly up to you to adjust them as you see fit. But we want to make sure that you're equipped with something to start from.
And it would be consistent with administrative's objective to get some clarity from council.
Correct.
To have a motion that committee direct finance and administration to move forward with the operating budget as presented.
I think that gets the nuance correct. You're right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Calabranti.
That committee approved the finance and administration operating budget as presented. Yeah. The committee direct administration to move forward the finance and administration operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Deputy Mayor Calabranti. Anybody wish to speak to the motion? Debate the motion? I see no hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And similarly, then, might we have a motion with respect to the finance and administration capital budget? Councillor Waxer.
That committee direct administration to move forward the finance and administration capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate on that? I see nothing. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So, thank you, Director Melanchuk. Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. And that can take us then to agenda item 3.3, or pardon me, 3.2. Jasper Recovery Coordination Center.
Thank you very much, Mayor Allen, members of council. So everything JRCC is new. Everything at JRCC is new, so you will not have previously seen this in your previous year's budgets. As previously discussed and brought to council, also everything JRCC is largely grant funded, and through the DRP program. So the expenses are generally speaking offset by anticipated grants, with the exception of the 10% municipal contribution, which has already been discussed. I might add just a little bit of clarity on how the DRP program works. So we have a grant submission in, a little over 73 million is the current price tag. As these things go, the number will be either higher or lower. It will be any other number except that one when this is all said and done. And it will take several years for us to work through that program. What happens is that you make your submission to the GOA, the DRP program, and as Director Melanchuk has mentioned, they then forwarded us or advanced us 50% of the total cost. And then as we work through, as invoices come in and we reconcile them and we pay those invoices, and as we exceed that 50%, we can request an additional advance, and they will advance to allow us to continue to pay invoices. And they do that up to 90% of the approved dollar amount. And then the remaining 10%, they no longer advance because that becomes the municipality's responsibility. So that's generally speaking how the process works. The main areas of work for the Jasper Recovery Coordination Center, as you are all very aware, the first one is of course enabling the demolition, remediation, and removal for the damaged properties. Now those are not direct costs to us. We are not actually doing that work. What we're doing is all the work that is required to facilitate, to inform the community, to work on the permitting process, and to work with our partners in Parks Canada. Similarly, our next priority is the installation and occupancy of interim housing. Of course, housing covers many different components. It includes our displaced residents. It may also include our seasonal workforce and potentially even reconstruction workforce. So housing is a big umbrella, and we are focused on addressing those housing needs. And same thing, working with our partners in the higher orders of government to fund and then to manage those projects. So as you're all aware, we've been working on the site servicing for the parcels in town for some time now. So we are doing the project management of that work, but the funding is coming from the higher orders of government. And then our final area of prioritization is promoting community health through social and economic recovery. So this is all aspects of recovery required, including mental health supports, social supports to the community, navigation support for the difficult and complex decisions that they're having to make now, as well as working with the local businesses and the higher orders of government to promote the economic recovery. So again, most of our work there is a coordination and facilitation role. We will identify some programming elements. We will identify where there are gaps, and we may seek additional funding and programmatic support to address those gaps. And so that is the high level work. The full-time equivalency in the JRCC is 8. This doesn't include some folks that are funded by DRP but are appearing elsewhere in your budget. So as you're aware, we have requested, for example, in community and social development, there are some additional caseworkers that are being funded by DRP, but they fall under the budget of that area, even though they are DRP funded. So I believe we've already explained at a high level, not much for us to say here. All of the expenses, as you see, are what we anticipate to be the expenses of 2025, and they are offset entirely at this moment in time with the anticipated granting. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Fark. Questions from councilors? Counselor Wilson?
So this budget, we see a projection, 2025, 2026, and 2027. In essence, it ends in 2027 at this point unless, further requirements are needed.
That's correct. So there is essentially a statutory limitation on the DRP program. So in our case, it ends in, I think it's August 12th, 2027. And we are expected at that point to be fully reconciled with DRP by that time and all final invoices prepared and ready to be paid. Extensions are possible. They need to be requested to DRP specifically, and you need to provide the justification for why the expenses need to extend beyond that period of time.
And all positions would be, finalized, like there's no positions that kind of carry on from, the JRCC, past those 3 years.
So all of the JRCC, all of the DRP funded positions are term positions, and they're either 1 year or 2 year terms at this point with the possibility of extension. So as we come closer to the end of those terms, we will assess the ongoing need for each of those positions, and we can extend them up to the end of the program, but not beyond.
Thank you.
I will note there is one exception to that. So we have funded through the DRP program, some of the planning staff that will work in planning and urban design. They will eventually become permanent employees of the municipality. This is an exception to how DRP works. Normally, they would only fund term positions, but because the municipality had no intention of hiring those positions for several years, and because of the recovery effort and the fire emergency, we needed those positions essentially now. So they will be funded by DRP up until the end of the DRP program, at which point administration will need to have a transition plan in place to transition those onto the budget of the municipality.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Director Clark, back in early September, council, I think, approved 8 new positions, and then it became 9 positions. They were named somewhat differently than what I see on the document before us. Have those positions all been assumed into the JRTC, or are there any that are still outstanding?
So the outstanding position is the small business liaison, which we are intending to hire this week. It has taken a little bit longer for us to come around to recruit, to finalize the recruitment on that position. All of the other positions have been hired and integrated within either the JRCC or the other departments. Although I will look to CAO Given on the status of the IT coordinator, because that's one I don't have hired. Okay, great. So yes, all the positions are hired and in place.
So that IT coordinator was one that I missed, so that is on another chart somewhere, but still subject to the same DRP.
Correct, yes.
I'll move it, yeah.
Are there other questions for Director Clark? Go ahead, Councilor Wilson.
Yes. Yeah, just out of interest, this was quick recruitment. Of course, we're suffering a massive housing shortage. Were you able to fill some of these positions remotely?
So we prioritize recruiting locally wherever possible, to also give Jasperites the first opportunity and to not further compound the housing situation. A few of the positions we've had to bring in people from outside the community simply because there wasn't qualified applicants who applied. And unfortunately, for many of these positions, it actually requires physical presence in the community. So there is some balancing of remote work together with in-person work, but for the large part, it is requiring in-person.
Councilor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Director Clark. So we have a number of positions here that are covered under salaries, and then we have a broad expense category called contracted services. Just want to understand the the different expense categories here, especially the contracted services and what that is specifically moving forward?
So as you can imagine, the JRCC is dealing with a myriad of large and complex issues across multidisciplinary areas. So contracted services is essentially the hiring of consultants to supplement the work that is required. So for example, on the site servicing, we needed to hire engineers to actually do the detailed design of the site servicing. So that would fall under contracted services. We work with a different consultant to support the development of an interim housing program plan. So that would fall under contracted services. So it's a fairly standard component of disaster recovery, that there will be a small team that is convened to support on behalf of the affected municipality, but much of the work will need to be managed and done through consulting services.
Thank you for that.
Councillor DeBoer.
Thank you very much, and appreciate, your delivery. Today, I'm trying to be as efficient with, my speech today as possible. And I'm glad that Councillor Mellon brought that, question up, and I just, what's the anticipated, swing in, material goods and supplies, for 2026 as opposed to the other 2 years?
So which picture are you looking at?
Sorry, I'm on page 18, so I'm looking at the operating budget by object type. And just making reference to Councillor Melnick's observation and the expenses there. So just under, contracted services, there's an anticipated spike of just a little over $200,000 for 2026. Am I reading that right, or?
You are reading the numbers correctly.
Okay.
The most likely explanation for that is the anticipation of when the invoices will come in.
Oh, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure of that.
Councillor DeBoer.
Yeah, if no one else has any other questions, I'm more than willing to. Okay. I move that committee direct administration to move forward with the JRCC operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor DeBoer. Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Director Park, and thank you to your team for all the great work that continues to get done. Are we in a position to proceed with agenda item 3.3, or would you rather?
No, Your Worship, I was just going to say that Director Sanders is ready to move on to urban design standards. She's going to be remote today. So she's there on the Zooms, ready to go. I'll pass over to Director Sanders.
Thank you very much. My apologies for not being with you in the room today. This is how life shakes out sometimes. So this is the new department. So a reminder that 2 positions came over from the CAO's office. So that was the housing coordinator and the energy and environment manager. And I was hired, I began on August 1st. That was in response to your council motion in April of this year to start the urban design and standards department. And then one of the first things that I looked after was securing 2 town planners to start working with us on September 9th, and immediately got to working with us with parks to support the rebuilding activities. And you're all aware of the rebuilding guide and also the updates to the land use policy and the architectural motif. So that was our first chunk of work. 2 other town planners started with us on November 4th and November 18th. And in addition to them, we will be hiring over the course of 2005 a development admin person to help when we're doing more work with permits and the like. So what we're looking at doing over the course of 2005 is continuing to work with other municipal departments to improve our participation in development review and approval while Parks has the authority. There's some work for us to do just simply to coordinate that kind of thing and streamline processes. We participate with Parks both now and when authority transfers over to us. We're always participating. Parks is always participating in development review and approval, and there's work for us to do on that front. We're also just generally preparing for the transition as well. What I'm anticipating in the budget is another update to the land use policies. So we did a quick and dirty one with the rebuilding guide. Expect another one with more public engagement. And then, of course, we also need to update the land use policy and architectural motif. And in addition, the community sustainability plan is from 2001. So that's another project over the years to come for us. Our housing coordinator, there's an interruption? Nope. Okay. Our housing coordinator is overseeing the 40-unit JMHC build on Connaught right now. So that's important work that's underway. And we're also assessing other affordable housing opportunities. And both our housing coordinator and our energy and environment manager are actively looking for funds and grants that can support the rebuilding of Jasper. And then our energy and environment manager is also developing a climate adaptation action plan. So those are the roles and functions generally of our folks. So next slide, please. And as has previously been stated, this is a new department officially setting up on January 1st. So zeros under the approved budget for 2024. And the expenses will be offset both by DRP funds and also the reduction in land rent. And that concludes my remarks. Definitely open for any questions that you may have, Council.
Thank you, Director Sanders. Questions from councillors? I will then begin with one, if I may, Director, on the operating budget by object type, so page 20 of our electronic version. I'm just interested, the transfers to reserves that are forecast, is that transfers to the housing reserve, which we would have had in past budgets in any event?
Director Malinchuk, will you assist with this question, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll look at the sheet where we're speaking of transfers of reserves. So on page 20, I believe. Yes, okay. So that will be tied to housing. I'm just bringing up the actual, my actual document. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so it's labeled as transfer of reserve, however, it also incorporates reallocation within departments. So this would also attribute to the reallocation that Ms. Sanders spoke to already about the land rent covering a portion of the department. So you would see that in the reallocation from Finance and Administration's budget through to urban design and standards to offset some of the costs that we are incurring additionally and for the 2025 year. So it's obviously speeding along quicker than we anticipated. So there was those funds used to offset the expenses in her department. So it's labeled as a transfer of reserves, but it's a transfer within department internally. That's the largest amount that you see.
I'm sorry, I might be a bit dull, but,
Your worship, maybe I can supplement. So the way we're handling the reduction in land rent cost is, in the finance and administration area, the savings are seen there. And we're transferring that money into reserves in the finance and administration area. So it's going into an account in the finance and administration area. And a portion of it is being drawn in as a revenue source into the urban design and standards area. So they're quote unquote making money or they're bringing in revenue, but it's revenue from an internal source. And so that's why it isn't the whole $740,000 of the reduction in land rent. Some of that is staying in the internal account. We're drawing some out to help pay for the costs of the urban design and standards in 2025. Is that maybe a little bit more clear?
it does for the entry under revenue. I'm just curious, then the entry to reserves under expenses from this department. That is going into presumably a housing reserve, but that's where my curiosity lies.
I see, sorry about that. Just 1 moment, please.
Which line?
So yes, a portion of that is housing transfer of reserves. And I will come back to that question if you don't mind. I don't want to hold anyone up while I look through the piles of numbers.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Malik?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I need my memory to be perhaps corrected. The federal government announced $15.2 million in the park and in the municipality of rent relief over 3 years, which I believe would be year 24, 25, and 26. But here we have year 27. And I'm wondering how land rent is going to be impacted in that particular year. Unless I've got the years wrong, this is all new to us this year, of course.
Your Worship, maybe I'll handle that before passing it back to Director Malachuk on the reserves side. I believe what we're seeing there is a little bit of the difference between the municipal budget year, which is calendar year, and the federal budget year, which transitions over. So they announced land rent relief into 2027, but only sort of partial 2027. And so I think that's what you're seeing. So it is essentially that 3 years of land rent relief that will continue out. There might be a little bit of an oddity. And again, this is really just that reflection of the transfers into this department from our savings account that we're helping build by the reduction in expense in another area. If that's convoluted enough. But again, I think it's also a reflection of that difference between the federal budget year and the municipal budget year.
Thank you, and I pity the next council who are going to try to figure this out in 2 years, going, say what?
Director Malachuk?
Thank you for allotting some time for me to look that up. So it actually is all within the housing budget that you see those amounts, and it's transfers to reserves, but also internal transfers to the kind of internal, but also external in a sense to the municipal control corporation for the individual places. So when it comes down to Cabin Creek Cottage Medical Clinic as well as Bonhomme Properties.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Two questions, for you, Director Saunders. Yeah, first one's actually just kind of, yeah, I think you spoke to it a little earlier, but, my question was, have we started participating? And you said yes. Is the municipality, in your department seeing, all applications of, development permit, building permits? And then to what extent or what type of applications are our planners actively, engaged in?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Wilson. We've divided the labor up right now between Parks Canada and ourselves, where Parks Canada is receiving the actual applications. And what we are supporting Parks Canada with are the inquiries. So when people are in early days thinking about what they'd like to design, then Parks and our folks are sitting down to chat with people. People can connect with either one. We're doing our best to make sure that we provide consistent information no matter who they meet with. So what I could do for you is get an update from Parks Canada about what kinds of applications they're receiving, and then we could forward that on to you as part of our reporting.
Sounds good. No, just thank you for building that out on that. And then I guess second one was more to the budget. You spoke about an additional land use review. Do you forecast that being this year or next? And then what year do you suggest the community plan works in?
My thinking at this point in time, and this is all going to depend on community readiness, is we start work on a new town plan in 2025, and we are going to need to do some specific changes to the land use bylaw, do those in 2025, but a new land use bylaw in 2026.
Thank you.
Other questions from councillors for Director Sanders?
Nope.
If not, I would go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
No, yeah, if not, I would be happy to make a motion that committee approve the urban design and standards operating budget as presented.
It's not on the sheet, directed me to move forward with the budget.
Sorry. That committee directed me to
Move forward.
move forward with
The urban design and standards.
urban design and standards operating budget as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the clarity of that motion. Any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That takes us to agenda item 3.4, protective and legislative services. Welcome, Director Nadon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There are not very many changes proposed for protective and legislative services this year for a variety of reasons, including we are still recovering from this summer's events. And also we've made some changes and built up our department in the last few years, and we're still busy implementing those changes and working our systems. So as you can see on our org chart, we have a few positions that are DRP funded. So we have a captain of prevention, which we're having difficulty hiring for. This is the equivalent of hiring trades, essentially. So to get the qualified person to come to Jasper in these circumstances is a bit challenging. So we're working with HR to figure that one out. And you can also see there's 7 firefighter positions. So those are the term firefighters that we've hired, which are now working a 4 days on, 4 days off schedule, staying at the station, ensuring that we provide coverage and get trucks out the door when we have calls. And that's working quite well, and they're well integrated in our team at this stage. So for 2025 operating, maintaining our current services, continue to implement best practices and achieve cost efficiency. So that's been what we've been trying to do for the last few years, and we intend to continue on that path. There's a municipal election coming up in the fall, so 2025, so that will be a focus for the legislative area. We are working on our after action review. It is happening currently, but it will also continue into 2025. And wrapping up that event and ensuring that our documentation is in order and that we can have a good and thorough after action review will be helpful for us, but will also be helpful for other communities. So that will be a big focus for us coming up. And in the bylaw enforcement service, continuing to develop that staffing complement. So we're still seeing some rotation in those staff members. Mind you, we have a good core team currently working to upgrade their skills and upgrade their training and continue staffing that department appropriately with qualified people so they can complete their jobs safely is our focus. You can see that our full-time equivalency for this year has bumped to 18. So we went from 10 to about 18. So that's a big change for us. If I could get the next slide, please. Thank you. So here's the overview of our operating budget. Items of note include a significant increase in revenue of $109,000 in fire, and that is for our emergency services agreement with Parks Canada. So I believe I gave that update to council about 6 months ago. So that's our service agreement with Parks that we provide services in the national park, mostly vehicle collisions. So rescue, highway rescue is the nature of that service, but it includes other things as well. And we continue to work on that file. Although we saw that big increase, we believe there's still more to come. So we have to pick up that file in 2025 and get more. So that does not impact our budget necessarily as in, or it doesn't impact the timeline of the negotiation. We keep chasing that one, hopefully see more in the future, but that was a big one. In legislative, increase in revenue and expenses. So annually, we put money into reserves towards the election, and then on an election year, that money gets transferred into our revenue. So that's what you're seeing there. So there's $22,000 coming from reserves into our operating to support the municipal election in 2025. And we're also increasing transfers to reserves in the fire department. So that is related to our building, which I can talk about in capital in a bit more detail. But historically, we've been setting money aside to replace our fleet, which our fire trucks are a big one that are costly. But we haven't done a very good job in the past of putting money aside for our building. So that increase in transfers to reserves is for the building itself. And then we're also looking to update our computer software in the fire department, and that explains part of the increase in operating there. Thank you, Director Malinchak. And then this is our capital budget. So we've done lots of good work over the last few years. You'll see that the items listed here are all relatively small. There are 2 items for $50,000. One is for an emergency services building master plan. So as we need to reinvest into our facility, we'd like to develop a guiding document that can then inform our reinvestments in the building in coming years, so we don't wonder year over year what we're supposed to be doing. So kind of touching on asset management, but asset planning at this stage. And the other one you'll see is wildland urban interface equipment. So as we continue through our after action and debriefs, we're identifying pieces of equipment or things that we would need to be better prepared to respond to a wildfire affecting the community in the future. So we want some budget allocations there for that purpose. And there's a few smaller items there, but you'll see the aerial, second year of our aerial truck replacement. So that was planned in 2024, continuing in 2025. Our residential space construction project was supposed to begin in September. That got deferred to January. So that's a carry forward from the previous year is what we're looking at here. So that is not new funding. It's simply the project hasn't been completed, but we plan on doing that early in 2025. And there's other items in there like our host tower. So that was what you see there, funding in $30-some thousand. We had 50. We spent just under 20 on repairs, and it's still not fixed. So we still have to continue doing some more thorough leak detection and maintaining our assets. So a lot of focus on the building itself is what you'll see in coming years, and you can see in 2026, 2027, not what you're supporting or being asked to look at today, but we will need to reinvest in that building. It is now 22 years old, and we're just at that stage on its lifespan. I believe that's the last slide, maybe. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Directing it on. Go ahead, Councillor Demota.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all this. It's definitely a lot to look at. I'm gonna bring glasses tomorrow. The generator upgrades, just, I know that's not of consequence this year, but for next year, is that emergency generator? Is that what you're referring to? And why is it so cheap, I guess, $100,000 for 2026? Because usually we've been facing quite a bit of an expense on those. And is that just an estimate on what's available in the market, or it's just kind of a generator enhancement? I know it doesn't have anything to do with 2025. That number is just, it just seems like rounded and not very expensive. That's not a full replacement, I guess.
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Demota, thank you for the question. So the round number, it is not up for approval, so how refined is that estimate is a good question. And that's an area of the building where we're working with the operations department who supports us with those types of items. So there is a generator at the fire hall currently, and it is tied into a bunch of different pieces of equipment. But of course, as we've experienced a number of power outages in the last few years, we're noticing where it should be and it's not, right? So essentially, reviewing what's hooked up to it, what kind of capacity do we need in that generator, so we probably need a bigger one. But a lot of the wiring and a lot of the items on that project are already existing at the station. We would be adding to it and then probably upsizing the generator itself. But at this stage, we're not exactly 100% detailed on what that looks like. And I'll give you an example of another one where we are. So if you look at Firebase Air Exchange System Engineering, so that's in 2025. So there's $10,000 in there. And that is to support the cost of a thorough engineering assessment to determine what we need. So that's not, so I guess I should have put in 2026 a rough estimate of what I think it's gonna cost, but we're waiting for that $10,000 project to give us the actual estimate so we can then budget for the actual system. So we don't quite have that level of detail in the generator upgrades, and that's why you're just seeing that $100,000 in 2026.
Thank you. I don't mean to be a generator hound. It's just, I'm talking about future safing our community when we have to deal with emergencies. And, sometimes I think, looking at our budget and stuff, there might be potential to move that forward if that's not something you're anticipating working on this year. I still think overall that, and I haven't seen it in here yet, but our washrooms, I think we could use it as an emergency generator over there because everything's electric, and when the power goes out, the washroom doesn't work basically. So something to consider down the road for sure. Thank you. I know that's not your department either, and I appreciate council's time and administration's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mallon.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm going to flip between a couple of documents. One will be the budget pages, and one will be last council meeting where we had the capital variances. Because I see some duplication, so we were carrying over $489,000. And I see some unspent money being the residential space construction, wildfire mitigation. It almost looks like there's some things listed twice. So I'm trying to understand the carryover of the $489,000, because like I say, there's some items that I see as separate line items in here already. And that might mean coming back to another, after investigation, not meant to try to put you on the spot here, but just to understand what the $500,000 of carryover is.
Go ahead, Director Melnick.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. So I was trying, in my head, trying to already put this together on an explanation. So the carryover that you see on the sheet is actually a carryover from 2023, right? So then any other projects that were planned for 2024 or continuation of into 24, like you would see budgeted, for instance, the 1.1 million for the aerial in 1 year and the next year. So it might be a continuation of the project split between the years, but there also might have been a carry forward from the prior year that had an amount associated with it. For example, I'm trying to, the residential space design in 2024 has actually a budget of 38,000. And that is, and then there's also, so that was for 2024. And then what you're seeing on, sorry, I'm gonna flip over to, and next time what I'll do is I'll just individually put them out so it's a little bit clearer to understand. So then you see the residential space construction, 140 for the 2024 year was planned, but there was a carryover from 2023. And then there's a planned an amount of 285. So if Director Nadon did not spend $140,000 in 2024, but needed to carry that project forward, then that would make portion of the carry forward number that we would see in the 2025 year.
And I just seems like there's a lot of carry forward that may be small projects. And
Right.
I wonder if there's any of that carry forward that isn't relevant anymore and doesn't need to be carried forward.
Right, and that is something that we look at in 2025 when we have the carry forward projects from 24. We also assess whether or not things, might have been carried forward from 23 that we thought we might be able to do, or that was essential at that point and no longer is actually a priority. That'll all be assessed when I bring forward the capital carry forward request to council, and that usually occurs it happens before us at the mill rate. So March or April, I believe, is when I come with that one.
Your Worship, for Councillor Melnick, for just additional clarity, so there's a line in each of the capital areas that shows carry forward, but to be explicitly clear, that's not proposed carry forward into 2025. As Director Malinchak just said, that the 2025 proposal for items that may need to carry forward would come into the new year. This is just showing what was carried forward from 23 into 24. So it's actually not a part of the next year's budget proposal at all.
If I might just go on to a 2025 item, and that is the Emergency Services Building Master Plan. We have an additional $50,000, but we also have residential space redesign. So understanding the residential space redesign was a second floor redesign of the apartments that were there and so on. The Emergency Services Building Master Plan, what would that entail, and would that possibly tie into Councillor Demota's question about the generator? In other words, it's a 22-year-old building. What does the building need, and is that the intention of that master plan having nothing to do with the redesign of the offices and residential?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Melnick, I believe you're on the right track with your interpretation. So The $50,000 will be to come up with a plan for an asset management plan, essentially. We've had some of that information that came through the, Reimagine Architects, I forget the name of space needs analysis. They did a little bit of an engineering assessment of the building, but not enough to actually give us some clear guidelines as to which items need to be addressed first, where to spend the money, and it's essentially to come up with a capital plan for the building for the future, and not so much for redesigning the spaces themselves or how we use the station, but more so like when to do the roof, when to address the windows, which items have reached the end of their lifespan, and we need to, for example, we need to do stucco work on the building. There's cracks, and we're thinking that might be part of why the host tower is leaking, for example. And so reviewing those types of more long-term asset management items, like I sort of explained in my introduction, so we're not guessing year after year where we should be spending the money. So a generator upgrades could certainly, I mean, could move independently if we thought that was important enough, but could also be included in that project. So it's a planning engineering document that we're looking for with that $50,000 in 2025.
Thank you for that.
And if I may pick up on the carry forwards and items, we actually don't have very many carry forwards. Chief Conti and I and the team pride ourselves in getting those capital projects done. And we're quite happy that for 2025, that list is quite a bit smaller, given what we're faced with as a department. And I think also the fact that some of our equipment replacement, like the aerial, you'll see is over 2 years. So it's actually 2.2 million. It's not 1.1 carried forward twice, you know? And similarly with the renovation project, so the redesign was the actual construction documents and layout and all that, so that's done. We were ready to go to build in September, so we've simply been bumped into January. So so equally, those two amounts you're seeing for 2024, 2025, add them together, that's the cost of the project. It's not carry forward from one year to the other.
Director, go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor Arnold, use the direction of the firefighters, the 7, did we hurt them locally or did we have outside people coming in or now are we able to house them?
Mayor Island through to Councillor Gallagher MP, 2 of the 7 are existing volunteer firefighters. One was actually a municipal employee in another department who got given a leave from that position to come do a term with us, and then they can resume their usual functions. And so that means there's 5 of them who are coming in from out of town. And while they're on shift, so that for that 4 on, so they're on for 10 hours and they're on standby for 14 hours. So we can get trucks out the door at night as well. And they are staying at the station. They're staying in the dorms. So Manager Jones and myself got bumped out of what used to be our offices, and we turned them back into dorms. And between the training room kitchen and those dorms back there, it's actually working quite well for these guys to be living at the station for their rotations.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And how long do you see those positions? Will we have them for another year or like what's your anticipation?
They were approved for a 6-month term, which also matches the DRP funding. So every 6 months you have to revisit whether the expense is still eligible or not. So when we posted them, they ended up being unionized position as well. And so they're on for 6 months. They started at the end of October. So sometime this spring is when we would have to have a decision made prior to see if they're staying or not. Whether we keep all 7 of them or we could reduce but keep some, or whether they will not be needed. The purpose there was to supplement our volunteer firefighters' response capacity, try to give them a break a little bit so they can refocus and organize their lives and be more poised to resume their functions. We're certainly looking at how to sustainably manage our firefighters in the future. So whether they're terms or they're volunteers or paid on call or other methods of employing firefighters or having volunteer firefighters, those are very active discussions at the station right now. But yeah, so they're here for 6 months to begin with and to be reassessed in the new year.
Thank you for that.
Director Dudon, I was happy delighted with that to hear your reference to what I understand to be an internal after-action review. Can you explain what is happening there, what the expected outcome might be, and where that is reflected, if at all, in the budget? Yeah, I don't see a line for it. I assume there is some cost. Is that potentially a DRP eligible item? Just give us some information about that after-action review, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ireland. You are correct that that is a DRP funded expense, and that's why you're not seeing anything to that effect in the budget proposal. So we've received confirmation, and obviously we wouldn't have an after action if we didn't have an incident. So it is an incremental cost caused by the fire. And we did some internal debriefs, including with our own firefighters, and section by section, there's been some sections of our incident command post, so the ICS structure, but then we are looking at hiring a consultant, so we're reviewing proposals currently, and we are working with Parks Canada. So we are looking at a joint after-action review for the core portions of the incident that warranted unified command, and the Parks, Jasper National Park team has been very forthcoming, very collaborative, and they want to work with us to get that done. And then there are pieces within each of those areas that will fall more directly to each organization. So for example, for us, the structural fire protection piece in town specifically, Parks Canada is not really that involved in that area. So it's not necessarily an area that they would take a leadership role in the after action that we would have to add to the scope and bring forward. So we're formalizing the terms of reference, if you will, in the scope and scale of that after action to ensure it captures all the moving parts. And there are a lot of moving parts is the consensus and the challenge, but we're getting some good help, looking to hire a consultant. So we get that third party unbiased assessment from someone who's recognized in the industry and has good credibility, but we're also in protective services, recruiting additional help to support Chief Conti and I in providing some leadership on that project. So we're again looking to expend some DRP funding to boost our internal capacity to keep this project moving forward, as well as bringing a consultant to do the actual work.
Is there an anticipated end date for the after-action review?
There isn't at this time, and I would suggest that it will be early in the new year. We are hoping to get formalized in 2024, but realistically, by the time all the interviews and consultations are done and the report itself is published, early 2025 would be my expectation.
I appreciate that, and from my perspective, critical to get on with that. And potentially connected to the capital budget. So I note that for 2026, there are some equipment acquisitions that are forecast, particularly related to, I think, the urban wildland interface. And there's stuff that doesn't mean very much to me, but I'm sure it's important to structural firefighters who protect our community, and we have another wildfire season coming up next spring sometime, as early as February, based on last year or this year. So I'm just wondering whether there is a chance that items on the capital budget might be accelerated based on outcomes from the after action review, and we might be looking at accelerating some of the expenditures to 2025 from 2026.
Mayor Ireland, I believe we're on the same page, and that $50,000 is in 2025. And I will take your invitation, however, that if we need more, we will we will return. And purposely we called it wildland urban interface equipment. It is firefighting equipment for our own department, and of course to be shared with our mutual aid partners when they come and things like that. But so we have a few items that we've already earmarked. We don't have a final plan for that, but that's why that $50,000 is in there. So we do have some funding to address those items as they arise in the spring. winter and spring.
Thank you for all that. Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I have a very quick question. Just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly around paid parking. We had allotted for 1.35 million. Am I reading this right that we brought in just under 1.1 million? Is that the expense bottom lines?
Councillor Hall, I'll need to, some help from Director Malinchuk for that. That sounds high to me. I don't believe we made that much in 2024. Our revenue was quite affected.
Your worship through to Councillor Hall. You're speaking to, sorry, the revenue or the expense? The revenue, yes, we will not make budget this year. Unfortunately, we were doing very, very well, and I actually knew we would have made our budget if we hadn't had the fire. So therefore, that is why I've kept the same amount going forward in the next year. There's in no doubt in my mind that we would have made that amount, yes. And if I might, add a little bit more on the context of, carry forwards. If I could clarify one more thing, sorry, I feel a little bit bad about my explanation because I pulled the wrong example. When you look at, say, the capital on the last report that you probably have brought up from, the council meeting, if you look at any of the GLs that have a 2-3 in the 4th segment, they are your carry forwards from 2023, and any GL accounts that have the 24 in the 4th segment are from 2024. So if you add up all of the 23 years, you'll get the 589,000, I think it was. And I said the 38,000 as an example, and that wasn't an example. It was actually a 2024 year expense, and it was for the planning that Director Nadal had alluded to. So I just wanted to clarify, and that's the way you can understand what projects are coming from prior years and which ones are allocated to the current year. And then you might see, for instance, where there wasn't any expenses in 2024 and the GL corresponding to that was actually in 23. So that might have been carried forward as contingency in, there might be still some expenses that might occur, and we would then pull it off if that wouldn't, if the expense was not needed in the 2024 year. Does that clarify things a little bit better for?
It does. I am gonna contemplate that a little bit. Cause I do see the aerial replacement as a 2023 item, of which 43,000. So the aerial replacement is actually over 3 years, me being 3.3 million. Cause there was 1,056,000 allocated in 2023 year to date 2024. So it may be that 43,000 is yet going to be allocated in 2024. That's why I'm kind of
Okay.
confused a little bit about is the aerial 2.2 or 3.3? 2.2?
2.2.
Of which we've already, even though it was in 2023, in 2024, we allocated 1,056,000 and change, leaving 43,000, which I assume is in that carryover. And then there's engine 2 replacement in there as well. So there's, $233,000 in carryover, just as it relates to fire truck replacement. So again, that's where wondering how much of that 300, or let me just go back to that number. Okay. That 489,000, how much of that might get cleaned up as not being necessary anymore? Or if it'll just stay in reserves.
Councilor Melnick, I think I can give you my perspective. I don't know if that will clarify. So for example, I'm in last week's agenda package, I think it is what you're looking at. So you see engine 2 replacement there. It has a 23 code, right? So that truck was to be replaced over 2 years, 2023 and 2024. So it's showing as 23 in here because it started in 2023, I believe would be the case. If you look at the aerial replacement immediately below it, that code is 24. So that began in 24. There is no 23 allocation related to aerial. But engine 2, for example, Tash, that would be what's shown here is the 2024 portion only, right?
So look at the fourth thing.
Yeah. So that's the carry forward and the 24. So engine 2 showed up at the station this weekend. It's here.
Yeah.
It will be completed in 2024. So if in 2023, we didn't spend the total allocation we asked for, we would carry it forward because the project's not done, right? If for some reason we were missing a few $1,000s for equipment or whatever it might be to finalize the project in 2024, we would have the 2023 carry forward plus the 24 allocation to finish the project, which will be the case for engine 2. And then aerial replacement, we're in the first year. So we've spent $1,056,000 out of 1.1 that was budgeted. So we will likely be looking at a $43,000 carry forward into 2025, in addition to the 1.1 that we're requesting in 2025 to hopefully wrap it up and have it delivered by the end of 2025. So those trucks being such big purchases spanning over 2 years are definitely adding to the confusion around the years, right? But, and even, you see command fleet, same idea, but those span over multiple years because we couldn't find trucks to save our lives for a while. They're buying a pickup truck off the lot and then sending it to become a fire truck. We had a hard time getting vehicles, and that's also the case for our bylaw vehicle, for example. So you approved a new bylaw vehicle in 2024. We ordered it very early in 2024. It's not gonna be here till 2025. So the specific pieces of equipment or products that are hard to get, we end up in those situations, not for lack of trying, but just for lack of availability.
Thank you for all of that, and
Yeah.
just for anybody who may watch these proceedings later, although I very much appreciate the explanation of the 23 and the 24 in the numerical column. None of that is on the budget that is available for anybody who's watching today's program. So you would need access to an entirely different document to follow that conversation, but it is understandable. Appreciate the explanation. Councillor Demoto.
Well, I had the opportunity, your worship, to speak to one of the individuals that was hired as part of the fire crew here in the community, and I just well delivered, responsive, by the way. It's like very well read in your field, so I appreciate that. So one of the things that I asked was just like, how busy are you? Because it's winter time, and I've seen a few calls go to the highway and stuff. But that person said, with the new unit that came in, there's a lot of training to do, and which I really like. We have 2 people that are locally hired, so even through the transition, there will be some succession training there as well, so that we'll have 2 people that are well understand that the new equipment. And then also they said that, the new people that are hired are quite motivated, and they're doing a lot of stuff, so it's nice to hear. So I was just passing that on to council, and we're hearing good things out, hearing good things at least anyway, so congratulations.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I have a follow-up question around paid parking. The shortfall that we saw this summer, would that be included in our DRP application? Okay, and then for my own curiosity, and I'm sure council would like to know as well, just curious what we actually brought in for revenue up until the 22nd of July.
you get a chance to write it down?
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, your worship, Council Hall, may you repeat that question, sorry?
Yes, just follow up around my question earlier on paid parking, the shortfall that we saw. I saw a nod from CEO, given that we in our DRP package, and will that be based on the 1.35 million? Whatever we fell short, and then my other question is just out of curiosity, what we actually got to, how much revenue we brought in up until the 22nd of July.
Right, your worship through to Councillor Hall, I'll have to look up the exact shortfall. I don't have it up on my screen right now. And the amount in lost revenue is definitely submitted through the province, not specifically to the DRP. DRP is for the disaster itself, so the actual situation, and then it's for the recovery. So there's two aspects of it. And then the other portion of lost revenue when it comes down to taxes, utilities, paid parking, et cetera, would go to what we submitted to the province for them to consider that we will have these additional shortfalls.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Might I ask whether that $100,000 for council chamber technology might include another microphone?
It does, your worship. Thank you. Yes, so speaking of items that I didn't touch on, so that's one of them. So for 2025, we do need to upgrade this system, and namely it's the sound thing that's in the office next door. Before it is, we can't repair it anymore, so we need to replace it, is where that's at. And there's a few different options which we'll consult council on that before we go to procurement to identify specifically what you want or what you don't want, but certainly the amount that's there should cover our needs. And there's another item that I neglected to mention that is quite important because I am coming forward with some savings. So inadvertently, there is a request for a part-time parking ambassador, municipal compliance officer, so a junior position in the bylaw department for 6 months that is included in your package that we're not actually requesting. So you can see that as we're taking it back, and it's I'll take the blame for that one in reviewing my documentation and working with Director Malinchak. That is something that we had pitched last year. So we thought we would bring in that position in 2025, but seeing the current situation and where we're at with our current staffing and all the things that have changed, we are no longer bringing that request forward. So that's a saving of something like $35,000. So where you see that as an increase in under bylaw expenses, you're seeing that there's an additional 46,000 in expense for 2025 over 2024, and that includes about 35,000 for that position. So you can remove that amount. So really 10,000 in bylaw, that's just incremental expenses for our current staff and things like that. So I thought I would offer that. And having that said, we are forecasting that we probably will need additional enforcement support in relation to demolition and construction, and that could be funded through DRP. So if we are going that way, it's not going to influence our operating ask of council, but as you can imagine, the use of sidewalks, parking lanes, streets is already something we're actively engaged in. For demolition, for construction, it's going to be a lot more extensive. So if we need additional enforcement help there, we will chase that through DRP. Director Malinchak just told me that our loss paid parking revenue for 2024 is $614,000. So roughly 50% of our revenue is what we met.
Councilor Devoted.
Well, just, I was just thinking right now if there's an ability to put a donation button on the paid parking app, Cause I was just thinking, you know, some people might be sympathetic to, some of the stuff that we need to recover from, and instead of like increasing, you know, our fees to make up for some of the losses, it would be kind of interesting to say, would you like to donate? You know, I'm just thinking pie in the sky and it's fun, but, if you don't think of those things or ask, then, you know, you don't know if it's available or not, but just, you know, food for thought.
Councillor Melvin?
Thank you, Your Worship, and there's two more lines that we should just quickly look at, and one we're going to be coming back to, and that's the community contribution, the council community contribution. We haven't got to those yet, and there's a variance from last year of $150,000. And I see that we've got about 300,000 in requests this year. Was the library contribution in there already? And are the rest the ones we have to consider? Or is the library funding also part of what we're going to be reviewing later today or tomorrow?
Councillor Melnick, I have the detail of that, and I can say that the library allocation is built in already, and so is the contribution to the seniors bus to Evergreens Foundation, I believe. So that was an agreement that was put in place for multi-year, so that's why it's there. As well as shown in that number is it's shown as contribution to child, youth, and senior access. That is for recreation facilities, I believe. So it's shown as an expense, and that would therefore show as a revenue in Director Reed's area, is my understanding. And so the council community contribution in expenses, so to your point, decreased by about $150,000 this year. But then if you look at the revenue portion, that is the revenue from the Canada Day Pancake Breakfast, the Christmas party tickets, and items of that nature. So that's the revenue, which is quite small. And then the expenses, yeah, include the library, the seniors bus, and youth passes.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure we'll be coming back to that line at some point today or tomorrow.
I had one additional question for you, Director Don, just related to council expense. So there is a very modest proposed increase, which might be inflationary. I just wonder whether the budget has been configured to take into account that there will be roughly 2.5 months for a new council, potentially under a new remuneration policy, and whether that is embedded or something that we should consider.
Rachel, I might be able to speak a bit more to that, because we have not had the full decision on that case. What we did is, given that we know that council is up to that certain point, it doesn't change in a material amount of what we'd be looking at. So if there's a change, most likely it can fit within the context of the budget. So it wasn't something that we were necessarily that worried about when it was come down to materiality.
Thank you for that. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Nadon. If you could speak a little bit to the expense of emergency, disaster, and ESS management. Is that ongoing work to address the needs of the community and the disaster emergency preparedness, or what precisely is that expense? I don't mean precisely, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the question, Councillor Waxer. So our, yes, emergency disaster and ESS management, so it's all under one program. And that is, we have some dollars for staff training and development. So when we send staff to ICS training, position specific, advertising, services, supplies, and there's also, salaries and benefits, training and development and reserve for ESS. So specifically allocated for emergency support services. So that is a function that largely operates out of Director Reed's department, but that is joined at the hip with our emergency management organization and protective services. And yeah, so we're looking at nearly $95,000 for that training, development, staff time, and I think the salaries and benefits demonstrate the importance of the emergency support services, how people are affected during disasters. We saw that loud and clear this summer, and that's a program that continues to need ongoing funding to keep people engaged and keep people having emergency management top of mind. It is paired with advertising services and supplies that are led a bit differently corporately, but yes, that's what that program is.
Thank you for that, and I thought that it was important to highlight that, and it would give some comfort to residents knowing that there's effort and energy going into ongoing planning.
Other questions for Director Denon? Go ahead, Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, not a question, but I've been prepared if there are no other questions to make that motion.
I think that there is another motion we might consider first. Director Denon brought to our attention that the proposed position for this summer will not be required and is not to be included in the budget. So perhaps we could amend what administration is offering before we make a direction to accept.
That
If anybody can read that, fly out.
the committee direct the protective and legislative services operating budget be adjusted by removing a summer MCO position, just 33.5 thousand from the bylaw area of the budget.
Thank you for that motion. I will look for debate on the motion. I see no hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried.
Done.
And so then I would invite you to make the motion that you were going to make for the budget as amended.
That committee direct administration to move forward on the protective and legislative services operating budget as presented. As amended.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate on that? No, we'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Director Denon. We're now approaching noon. We have 4 items left on the agenda, and we have slated, I think, the entire afternoon, so we are probably safe. So might I suggest we reconvene at 1 p.m.? Sir? Oh, yep, sorry. You're right. Not quite time. We do have the protective services capital budget to conclude. So Councillor prepared for motion on that?
Sure, I can do that. And I'm the one that's supposed to be the answering one. I move that committee direct administration to move forward with the protective and legislative services operating budget. Or sorry, capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Demota. Is there any debate? We'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you for reminding us of that. And now we can, in fact, recess for lunch. And I'm going to propose that we reconvene at 1 p.m. Does that work for everybody? Administration? All right. Thank you all. We are in recess until 1 p.m. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. We'll call us back into session to continue with our first day of municipal budget discussions. And we had left off completing agenda item 3.4, so we can begin with agenda item 3.5, community development. And I will turn to Director Reed when his technical equipment is ready to work.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland and Council. Yes, indeed, we have arrived at community development. And so, first slide there, the organizational chart. And you can see that as Director Park indicated, we do have a couple of positions currently that are DRP funded. The rest are municipal employees. With the exception, of course, as Mayor Ireland referenced to the external contracts we do have annually with other agencies to help with the outreach team. We have some items of note. The biggest thing is we're really looking forward to 2025 reopening and full year operation of recreation facilities with no real projects to get in the way of enjoyment and recreation for our community. We do, of course, have the increased volume and complexity in the outreach team, both at settlement and the regular outreach, plus the new recovery outreach team. The volume back in September, you may remember when we asked for those extra positions that we were hopeful that the demand would drop. The demand has diminished somewhat, but it is offset by the increased complexity, as well as the volume didn't drop to anywhere near what we normally would see. We're still well over our normal volumes. And then we are seeing some recruitment, retention, and nutrition challenges in many areas of community development. And so when we flip to the operating budget, you will see, as mentioned earlier, the reduction in reserve revenue to offset the debt payments. The community dinners now, of course, more important than ever with our recent incident, and we do expect the attendance to increase. The one community dinner we were grateful that TGP sponsored did have over 600 people come on a Wednesday night in the rain. And so we expect to see that community dinner attendance remain high and if not grow. We will be receiving, soon the negotiations will finish and the contracts will be signed for the externally funded programmer to assist in increasing what we would call in-house produced and organized offerings throughout the community. And we propose to add one part-time continuous lifeguard position to complement the 2 part-time lifeguard positions we already do have. And this will be offset by reduced use of casual hours with no budget impact. We just find, certainly right now, that the ability of casuals to take certainly the daytime hours is just not there. We just don't have the people. And so by making a part-time continuous position with guaranteed hours, we do see that we will have applicants for that position. And there will be a motion required to make that staffing change. Going to the capital budget, I think there are many, we have 2 pages of capital budget. There are many projects, but for 2025, you will see that we are taking a distinct break from large capital projects. I think regardless of the recent incident, we have had some project overload, if you will. We've had a lot of success with receiving grants and funding projects that will and are making a difference in our community. And it will also be nice to have a break from that dramatic workload and interruptions to our community. The only large project that perhaps is worth referencing is the drainage in the daycare yard that we do still want to fix and has been earmarked for many years and is in the 2025 budget year. But other than that, I don't really have a lot to add, and I'm certainly available and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Reed. Questions from councilors? Councilor DeMora?
Yeah,
So what outside agency most needs the contribution from Councilor DeMora for that renewal?
Yep.
I would certainly leave that up to you, Mayor Ireland's wisdom.
Yeah, does somebody else have a question right now? I wasn't ready.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calderon.
Thank you, Mayor Arlen, to you, to Director Reed. So we get $15,000 in sponsorship. Is that from local businesses, for the community dinners?
Mayor Ireland through to Councillor Keller, yes, and there are other projects. Community dinners is certainly one of the larger places we do see the sponsorship. Yes.
And then this year you, believe it'll double, so we'll need 64,000 to support it.
Again, correct, with that volume increase and we mentioned this last year, but the cost of everything has gone up. So food we saw was nearly double the cost last year. So yes, that's reflected in the budget that we believe community dinners will be well attended. And we also believe the costs will remain high as they were last year.
And you believe this is because the lack of, employment, the reduced hours in town that a lot of people are facing right now?
The data that we have from the last 2 months of operation certainly indicate that, costs for residents are up and employment is slower to come back than we might have liked. And so there are many part-time workers who are waiting to get their full complement of hours back as the economy recovers.
I'm just curious, just because it's quite a jump, and not that I'm not supporting it, I am, but I'm wondering, is there money in Red Cross that could help with this?
We are regularly in contact with Red Cross and certainly Red Cross has come to the table many times with offers. And when I say we're externally funding a programmer, we are also externally funding the community dinner coordinator. And Red Cross has stepped up to the plate for both of those asks thus far.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Reed. I was with the recent announcements by the federal government regarding reductions in immigration. I wondered whether you had any concerns about the immigration, the IRCC funded positions and services that are offered through the department.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Waxer. Yes, indeed, we have received, actually in the last few days, notification that we were successful in reaching the next step of those negotiations. We were also told in that successful notice that due to the changes in the numbers at the federal level, that there will be changes in the availability of funding. Now, we were asking for quite a change to the service level, and so we're optimistic that at the very least we'll remain where we were before, but it is unknown at this time. But confidence is high that we will at least remain at the service levels we were for the last 5 years. We'll also make note that they indicated they're only going to do a 3-year contract this year.
And I also just wanted to provide an accolade for the ability of community outreach services in this circumstance to rise to meet the needs of the public, and for the ability of the program to expand and possibly eventually contract to meet the needs of the community. And I think that each of us owes a debt of gratitude to those workers who've really been who've been very busy in ensuring that the needs of the public.
Mayor Island, if I may comment on Councilor Waxer's point, first of all, much appreciated. I know the team will appreciate that mention. I will add to that, you know, at the onset of the fire, the outreach team began outreaching, and they really haven't stopped. They've continued their roles. It has been both an inspiration and a real pressure to support them well, and watching them work through these very challenging and very difficult and various times when they were on the wrong side of the border supporting community members in Valemount. And then when there's some of them are in Edmonton supporting community members in Red Deer. It was really magical, to use a phrase that relates directly to that office, magical to watch them work and to still see them struggling to maintain the level of service that the community is expected or has gotten used to in the 10 times volume that we're in right now.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Just have a couple questions. You had mentioned the programmer position, and that I'm assuming is the community development. Is that where that falls into? I do support the position, especially with the reopening of the activity center. It's going to be very busy. Is that where I'm reading that correctly?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall, the externally funded programmer is not part of the budget ask as it is externally funded. But we're all looking forward to seeing those results, absolutely. It will work out of the community development department and be located at the activity center for the bulk of the work.
My second question, the 2 recovery outreach workers that are supported by DRP, is that enough? Is 2 extra enough in the office?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall, is it on my forehead, written in my thoughts? We will be bringing a request to council to support additional outreach team. When I mentioned earlier in my presentation about retention, recovery, we are definitely nearing the point where the threat of burnout is very high now, and I really want to support that team so that we can keep them all long-term. We've read in all the reports from other incidents that you can expect to see, 50% attrition, and I really don't want to see that. I want to see us maintain as many staff as we can. Having said that, we are at that level right now in some of our departments. So the outreach team is going to get more supports, and should council vote favorably on that request, it will be pending DRP funding, of course.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Keller.
Thank you, Maryland. Wildflower daycare, I see an increase in revenue, and I see an increase in expense. Does this give me hope that we're opening up spots for young children in need?
Mayor Ireland, through to Deputy Mayor Keller, we have not increased capacity at the facility yet. We do, before the fire, we were in discussions and working on pre-planning to increase space at the childcare center. And so we will still continue on that path. What 2025 brings us as far as external funding and possibilities for housing, because building a space doesn't work unless we have the staff to fund to make it functional. So that will be a 2025 project that we will work to activate as quickly as possible, but it will require that, external funding as well as that housing piece to be figured out, and then training. So there is a lot of snowball that has to roll down a lot of hill for that to all come to fruition, but it is still in our work plan. And I should mention that since Councillor Hall brought it up, and now Deputy Mayor Keller, you mentioned the childcare center, we will also be asking for a DRP funded childcare, early childhood educator, recovery and retention worker, so that we can ensure that that facility also maintains a high level of continuous staff, and we retain as many of those staff as we can.
Councillor Dakota.
Okay, I got my microphone working, and I do apologize for the interruption earlier. I got this override on my phone for my job. There's these short reports that come out, and if I don't look at them, it means consumers don't get the products and if we're shorting. So I'm very sorry about that. And that's a real problem, and I'll figure out a place to donate the disruption money. Through you, Your Worship, to Director Reed. Thank you very much for your details and in this. Last year, I remember kind of advocating for you for a position at the Activity Center to help attract and promote our facilities. And I'm not sure if that's embedded anywhere in here, or if maybe like the next couple of years might be a challenging time for introducing that. And so I thought I'd bring that forward again because you know, I honestly thought too, once we were up and going with our facilities, we might need a person like that.
Well, Mayor Ireland, through to Councilor Demota, so the externally funded programmer is exactly, will shadow many of those roles that we had expected from that programmer or that programmer position. It will bring in extra events, and many of those events will be from the outside. The idea that a recovery programmer is really focused internally on our community. And something like sport camps is a good example. There may be spillover tourism benefits to bringing a sport camp, but our focus will be on sport camps to benefit our community. Recreation opportunities for youth, recreation opportunities for seniors, to benefit us during this extra time of challenge and turmoil. So that position being externally funded gives us a real focus on what its job is, but it will also give us data for the next time the opportunity to ask council to fund that position as a municipal position would come up.
All right. I did want to thank you as well for providing as many updates here to you and your crew, you know, on the progress of our reno. And I know that there's some challenges, and there were some challenges. You know, and one of these things with this programmer and the things that you were speaking of, I think we've seen a demand that young families, you know, have, you know, in requests and what's needed in the community. So the more that we can expand that, and especially for seniors, I think it's really good. And people need to get out, be interactive with each other. Where a lot of us are facing, you know, other issues as well. And I think the more that we're engaging with each other, the better. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland, and only because you mentioned sport camps, I'm curious, and this has nothing to do with budget, but I'm curious where we are at with our joint agreement with the school board, potentially causing campers in the gyms.
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall. The joint use agreement with the schools has not been a focus of the last 6 weeks. And so in essence, the progress has been zero. It is, however, very important for us to continue that. And as we gain the ability to move from, you know, the blend of recovery and business continuity and more focused into business continuity, then those kind of things will get done. And I will say that without accommodations, we're still working on camps. Again, focusing on our local youth and local children, we can still bring camps to, and we are hopeful to even bring one before the end of 2024 if all the stars align. So, you know, the idea of getting the activation of our facilities again after this long reno and then this interruption, we're really excited to bring that to the community.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And you did mention sport camps, so I felt I could ask the question.
Deputy Mayor Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that, Director Reed, last week when I was at the news conference with Minister Bosnell, he had indicated that they had given some money to Tourism Jasper for festivals and that. Will this coordinator work in conjunction with Tourism Jasper to help develop these festivals for the community?
Mayor Ireland, through Deputy Mayor Calgary, that is certainly a possibility. There will be connections between Tourism Jasper and other external agencies that may come to partnerships that will benefit, again, focusing on the recovery of our community. There will also be other opportunities to partner and we are, as a municipality, the administrative team is working with Tourism Jasper wherever we can.
Director Reed, can you explain to me the thought process with respect to community dinners? Revenue static and expenses doubling, and obviously attendance has increased significantly. Do you see, I mean, I'm assuming that the revenue is donations. What is the thinking that donations remain static?
Mayor, great question. I can say it in two ways. We know that right now the community's economic recovery is, we would call a lagging situation. And so we are in essence under promising so that we can over deliver. We wouldn't want to count on the community to show up with thousands of dollars of donations that we can't really ask of them. We do know that the major players in our community have already said that they will sponsor their evenings, their dinners, and so that reduces our costs. That is, however, what it's been for many years now. So there isn't really a giant increase in donations that we see coming, but we do know that the need will be double, so that's why we presented it this way. If the happy accident of more donations comes in, that'll be a great change to our budget, but we wouldn't want to count on it.
Thank you, appreciate it. Other questions for Director Reed? We can come back if you wanted to proceed to capital budget, or, I'm sorry. Well, questions from councillors on capital budget. Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
I do have a usual question. I don't even going to go on the spot with this, but it's just one of those things that has been a thorn in my side for a long time. The heat recapturing unit. Have we figured out a way to repurpose that, or is it still kind of sitting redundant?
Mayor, I'll through to Councillor Bona. I, like you, are in the way of, we already paid for it once, and I really want to apply that investment. And it's also not been able to rise to the top of the pile yet, priority wise. You will see that in the capital budget, we do have a heat waste recovery system item for 2026. And it is at that time that we would then repurpose those available assets. As part of this project, we did a bit of research, and many of the items in that existing system are of course aged out now after the more than 10 years that they had been working. So there isn't like, there's this giant sort of piece of waiting pot of gold to be exposed. There are some things that we believe are still going to be valuable. We just don't have the way to do that yet. And it will come up in 2026.
Good luck.
Mayor Ireland, if I may take advantage of this gap, you had asked earlier in the budget presentations about being able to split out what we would previously have known as recreation and culture and family community support services, or community and families services. The rough the numbers that are here and as CAO indicated, CAO didn't indicate, you can split it right after activity center, library, cultural center, arena, fitness and aquatic center, and then basically take half of community development general administration and include that into what we would previously have known as recreation and culture. And so that would be roughly 80% of the taxpayer burden is in recreation and culture. And roughly 20%, it's almost exactly 20%. In 2024, it was 20% and 80%. This year, it's 81 and 19. And so if you wanted to see the breakdown of the taxpayer burden for recreation and culture, it's about 80% of their community development budget. And then local taxpayers are paying about 20% of the CFS taxpayer burden.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, that separation. Sorry, you went back, 2021, was that the last year? It was separate, I can't recall anymore. Maybe it was
2020, yeah, 2022, we started this new adventure.
And the scale is roughly still the same.
Yeah, very much so. We really haven't changed the ratios much at all. And the operation, spending 10 years away from community and coming back, we're not in anywhere where there's a red flag that I have seen where we would say there's something wrong there. What I would say is we still have a major green flag in that our external funders do believe in our system over at 627 and do believe in the magical mix and have continued to fund it both provincially and federally.
Thank you, appreciate that. And when I add up, I assume that the chart that we have, the organizational chart, is pretty much current. And there was a question earlier about how many staff we have total, and I count if all the positions are full, about 70 total staff members in community development. But roughly a 50-20 split between what used to be community and family services on the one hand, having about 50 employees, and recreation and culture, the other side having about 20. Is that understanding about right?
Mayor Island, I wouldn't quibble with your numbers. Your rough napkin math is very accurate. And it is a great opportunity to remind everyone that the costs are a real reflection of the fact that there are facilities over in recreation and culture and a fixed lease rate over in CFS. And so running a swimming pool, if I only put 2 lifeguards on or 0 lifeguards on, the swimming pool facility itself still took a whole lot of money to keep it there in our community. And that's what you see. You're right. The staffing is far more focused on those people services available over there at the outreach office and over there in the childcare center, as opposed to, the facility intensive side of the arena, which has right now 4 staff, right?
And also recognizing on the one side of the equation, there is grant funding that looks after most of the wages.
Yeah, 80%.
Other questions for Director Reed? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Keller-Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Mr. Reed. I don't see in here, I see the internet for the community and for the Library and Culture Center. Do you have any intention of upgrading the internet at 627 Patricia Street? And it's, I think it's in dire need. I attended a couple of meetings there, and we in the boardroom downstairs, they keep losing connection, and I was wondering if there's any intention of upgrading the internet within that building for the staff.
Mayor Ireland through the Deputy Mayor Kelleher, we have been making slow improvements. Joe, our amazing IT administrator, has been making upgrades there, and we will continue that. I will certainly investigate, make sure that I'm aware of the breadth and depth of the challenges. The last couple of times I've used that downstairs Zoom room, it worked fine. And I wonder sometimes if I and my giant cranium pull in better Wi-Fi than the other people that attend, but I will certainly investigate and make sure that we continue to make those incremental improvements to keep that service up.
If there are not further questions for Director Reed, I would look for a motion. Councillor Wilson.
And make this happen, I would direct the administration to move forward with the community development operating budget as presented.
Sure. Your worship, there was one conversion proposed for the position, not lifeguard position, it's right there. Yeah. Your worship, administration in the presentation had noted one conversion of the establishment of a part-time lifeguard position to be offset through the reduction in casual hours. I've taken liberty of drafting that as a motion. Apologies that it isn't in your package, I was handed out earlier. So Director Reed referenced in the fitness aquatics area that a part-time position would provide more utility and would be easier to fill than the use of casual. And so our approach as administration is to ask for council approval before establishing any continuous position with the municipality would have an ongoing obligation to that position. So this has no budget impact. It's funded by using less casual hours. But we do want to make sure that councils are supposed to say, yes, go ahead and establish this part-time position that would continue on into the future. So if council is willing to consider that, this would be a motion just so we can formalize that agreement.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kevin. I'll just hold your motion for approval in advance until we see whether there is a motion to revise the budget in this regard. So again, Mr. Good, it makes no difference to the budget amount, but it would establish a part-time position into the future. But would it also then into the future decrease the budgetary implications for casual work?
Yes, it would, your worship. I mean, the budget doesn't go down because we're using that money that we would otherwise expend casuals on the salary benefits for the part-time position.
Right, so
yes,
we could foresee that being the same in future years, not just
Yes.
even though the position is permanent, it should also be a permanent reduction.
in the use of casual hours, correct.
Thank you. Anybody care to make a motion to amend the budget first before we direct Councillor Waxer?
I'll make that motion and then leave the big one to Councillor Wilson. But it's now gone. I was so confident. That committee direct administration revised the budget to include the establishment of one part-time lifeguard position with budget impacts to be offset through reduced use of casual hours.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. And then with a slight adjustment, Councillor Wilson will accept your motion that committee direct administration to move forward with the community development operating budget as amended. Any debate on that? All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And then with respect to the capital budget for community development. Councillor Melnick?
I would move that committee direct administration to move forward with the capital budget for the community development department as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Melnick. I'm going to choose to have heard community, I mean. Did, forget. Community development, you said? Okay.
Just to cover, sorry there.
Yeah.
Community development came someplace after the operating budget.
All right. There's no debate on that motion. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried.
Your worship, I just wanted to say that it took 17 years for me to finally grow up on you.
Thank you, Director Reed. That takes us to agenda item 3.6, operations and utilities. And
Your worship, before we move into the operation of utilities, I'm just reminded that there might be time for council's favorite motion.
Ralph.
Ding, ding, ding.
TikTok.
Well, it would appear that we would need a motion to extend this particular budget meeting to beyond 4 hours.
thank you for that motion. Councillor Melnick. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We may continue and still be in order with our procedure by law.
Thanks, your worship. So next up is operations and utilities. Interim Director Mans is online for us, and so I think he'll take over the presentation. Also joined in the studio by our manager of utilities, Bill Michaud. Baron, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Bill, I'll ask you to turn my video on, please. And I'll begin some comments with respect to the organizational chart for ops and utilities. In particular, any new positions that are part of the budget and the plan for next year. There is additional winter maintenance staff that is partially DRP funded, particularly related to the increased sidewalk maintenance that'll occur over the next couple of years. And there is a recommendation that one of what's become a year-round seasonal position become a permanent full-time position in the grounds labor area, which doesn't have a material budget impact, but does help again with retention of good staff and being able to keep those. We've also included an additional maintenance worker 2 position that'll be focused on what'll be now a more complex and expanded Jasper Activity Center, and we'll also be able to focus on maintaining the ice plant, the knowledge of which retired earlier in the year. And so we want to be able to make sure that we have adequate full-time resources to look after the core of the municipality's assets. There's also one additional project coordinator position proposed that will work directly with the 3 operating managers so that all of the contracted services can be coordinated by this position, and the operating managers can then focus more on operations and planning for the future. In the absence of a full suite of staff within the MOJ, we rely more and more on external contractors, often at an increased expense. And so coordinating those various activities has required more and more effort on the part of managers in the past. I'll touch on now the primary changes in the operating budget. The budget in all areas except for transit, remain largely unchanged in terms of the level of service being provided. The increases in the transit area you'll see are primarily due to the costs of debt, principal and interest associated with the new transit capital facilities. The capital plan will also identify a number of equipment in the fleet that'll need replacing, and a couple of additions, again, to help ensure that we're able to provide the level of service in operations that the community has come to expect. There are a number of capital projects that are part of ongoing rehabilitation programs. Again, with some equipment additions and replacements. Rather than going through the capital budget in detail, I just open it up to questions from council at this time.
Thank you, Director Vance, for that. I will turn to councillors for questions on either the operational budget or capital budget for operations and utilities. Go ahead, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will be adding one of our capital assets to the community, which will be the skateboard park. And I believe we do have some commitments to help the skateboard park to be completed in the spring. Has that been taken into consideration? Any additional costs that might be incurred in this department, as well as any now ongoing costs for the new asset?
Councillor Melnick, there are improvements in the extensions to the irrigation system and landscaping that were committed to by the MOJ, and will occur with the completion of the skateboard park next spring. And the costs of that additional irrigation will be absorbed then into the larger irrigation budget.
For that, and I take it any ongoing maintenance will be the, potentially weekly cleaning or so on, that would be taken care of within the department labor as it is right now.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Right. I just want to go back to Councillor Melnick's question, which I thought included the potential funding for the skate park. So council previously had approved, I think, some backstop funding. Is that the nature of part of your question?
No, the nature was more the commitment to the soft costs. We still are backstopping the skateboard park, which is separate from the operating budget completely, from what I understand.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. At the moment, yes, we're still working on the capital costs of the skate park, and that it will have to roll through until it'll be one of the carry forward requests that we have from 2024 into 2025. When it comes down to the operational costs, as you had alluded to, like our other skate park, we won't see tons of maintenance unless there were, for instance, maybe, and hopefully not any kind of graffiti or whatnot, right? Hopefully that doesn't happen on a beautiful newspaper. And then the grounds it's already been, we already have those grounds factored into the grounds, of operations. So it would be anything additionally, that we'd have to add there. A lot of cement, we would have to, in a few years, start to think about, any kind of, replacements when it comes down to if there's, benches or whatnot that we have to replace in the future years, but we will start thinking about that after, because those will last us for some time. And then we'll definitely incorporate those into the plan.
Thank you for that. Deputy Calabran.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify, the public transit is going from 665,000 to 881,000. And this is to cover the loan from the capital, or this is an increase in the contract price?
Councillor Kelleher, sorry, I missed what specific part of the budget you were asking about?
Under expenses, public transits, it was in 2024, 665,000. We're going to 881,611. In your presentation, you said this is due to the capital expense. Is this for the loan that we're going to take out in order to cover the new transit facility and to match the grant? And is that part of an increase in the cost of the current operation of the day-to-day running of the transit system?
That's correct, Councillor Kelleher. Of the $216,000 increase, 203,000 of that are increased debt costs, both the principal and the interest, and the remainder is then the operating costs related to the new facility.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Calabran.
Just under capital, we see the new e-bike program, and it comes out of reserves and RTSF. Can somebody explain what that actually means to me?
Your worship, that is Rural Transit Solutions Fund. It's the same grant as all of the other transit items.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Your worship. Just for clarity, I think we asked a question last week about the e-bike program, and was that going to be delayed or deferred for a year? We might see it in 2025. It was supposed to be in 2024, but I was left with the impression last week that we were deferring that by an additional year.
Your worship, I can speak to that. I think the discussion last week was that we would reassess that along with the funder and get confirmation from the funder before we made any decisions. So it's currently reflected in the 2025 year. We'll have that consultation with the funder and with Parks Canada. Reminder that the intention of that program is to find a way to bring people from campsites into the town site. We obviously want to consult with Parks Canada about the status of trails, the status of the campsites. So currently it's reflected in the 2025 year. It would be relatively easy to move on if the other partners are in a position to do that. If they're not, then that's something that, as with the buses, we would consult first with the funder about any extension or deferral before making any final decisions on a bringing recommendation to council.
Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Councillor Waxer.
Prior to the fire, I believe we had a conversation about the replacement of the lights in the downtown area to LED in working with ATCO. I wondered if some of that is included in this budget, because I believe we had a portion that we were responsible for.
Dr. Mans, do you want to take that one, or I've been in contact with ATCO recently?
Councillor Waxer, the damaged street lights will be replaced as part of the DRP funding. Council has adopted a decorative dark skies street light standard that the decorative lighting that's been damaged can be replaced with. And so it'll be a combination of and any replaced lights will be LED.
One addition to that, Your Worship, that we're in discussion with ATCO about and that we may be bringing forward to council is a bit of a concern, because council knows the style of streetlight, decorative streetlight that we have out there is end of life. And so there's a bit of a question about, do we want to have a phased in approach where new decorative ones would appear alongside old style decorative ones? And in the context of decorative ones that have been damaged, so there's a couple of different layers that have added some wrinkles. So Director Mann is exactly right. Damaged ones are very clearly DRP funded and would be sort of a loss that way. There's a bit of a question about, okay, so what do we do about the others and in terms of phasing, what would that look like? So those discussions are ongoing with ATCO, and if there's any new information or any decision needed by council, we bring that forward. If it is consistent with the direction that council gave us previously, we'd be able to implement it within this budget cycle.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
In the sewer capital items, there's about 1.7 million in items that are currently unfunded, but could you speak a little bit more to that? It's like the wastewater collection, post-fire service line replacement. I'm assuming that's post-fire, as well as service line replacement renewal for rebuilding properties. Could any of those items be covered by DRP, or how are they funded? Or how will they be funded if they're in the 2025 year?
Your Worship, we can certainly jump ahead to the utilities budget.
Sorry.
We do try to make sure that the utilities discussion, because it's funded by utility ratepayers, is separate from the operations. So we can absolutely go there. We've got the right people at the table. But the intention was to help the public understand the difference between things that are funded by taxes and things that are funded by utility rates. So we keep them separate in the presentation.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. My question is around the property we own in Cabin Creek 1251. It's funded by insurance and debt. I'm just wondering how much insurance and how much debt. It's 300,000 this year and 500,000 next year.
Councillor Hall, with respect to the utilities project for Cabin Creek, those were a replacement of existing infrastructure that was identified as desirable to replace with the redevelopment of the houses as they rebuild there. And so we have identified that as a potential grant-funded project, and it would only occur should that DRP funding come through for that purpose.
Deputy Mayor Kelleher.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I can't remember which position you said that, I think it might have been the project coordinator position, that if this new position was given, that it would be a reduction in contract services. But yet when I look at contract services, it seems to talk about 50,000 a year. I'm curious of where and when we will see that reduction in contract services.
Deputy Mayor Kelleher, the costs related to having to go out to contractors when we don't have existing staff available to do that work isn't necessarily budgeted separately, because we're hoping to have that additional ability to do those projects and that work in-house. And so it from a budgeting perspective, we continue to budget for internally provided services unless those aren't available, and then we'll go out to contractors.
Your worship, if I can supplement, so the additional position is not included in the budget. And so the base budget proposal you're seeing reflects the status quo of continuing to use additional contracted services. If council added the position, potentially, we may see a future reduction in contracted services. I think at this stage, administration would like to see what that looks like, because the volume of projects has significantly increased over the last little while. Particularly, will likely stay high through 2025. So we would support, the ability, appreciate the intent to say, well, look, if we're going to add some salary costs, could we reduce contract services costs? In any other situation, we would say that would be very reasonable. This year, if council wished to add that position, we would say we would like to take the 2025 year to assess what impact that has on external contracted services before sort of reducing that line out. So the base budget that's been presented to you does not include the new position, and that's why contracted services are at the same amount. Council wished, you could add the position and leave contracted services that is set at the same amount. Council wished, you could add the position and reduce contracted services by some amount. I think our administrative advice would be, if you chose to add the position, we'd like to assess the impact that it has on contracted services before reducing that area in some future budget.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions with respect to the revenue side of the operating budget related to public transit. So there's an increase of about $38,000 for caps. Is that a combination of increased contributions from other agencies plus increased fare revenue? Or what explains that $38,000 increase in revenue? And I'll throw this out there. It'll be the next question. What was our revenue for this year compared to budget? Was it impacted by the fire? Did outside contributors contribute less? I'm going to assume fare revenue was down. And is all of that amount also included in our secondary request to government for reimbursement for lost revenue?
Worship, maybe I'll take this one as well. And you've got a number of layers of guidance, so be ready to remind me if I miss one of them. First, the increase in revenue is made up of two major components. The first is increase in fare revenue of about $17,000. And then the expectation that in 2025, we begin advertising revenue. So we look for opportunities to generate revenue through advertising in or on or around the transit system. So that's a part of the budget expectation. And that I think makes up about the amount that you were looking at, about that $30,000. With respect to contributions from outside agencies, we didn't see any reduction in contributions from Parks Canada. We have an agreement for funding, and that wasn't dependent on hours of service or anything like that. So Parks Canada hasn't changed their funding level from what was agreed upon. That wasn't impacted by the pause in delivery service. We did see a reduction in revenue just before the wildfire. I think I brought council's attention that Jasper Park Lodge had come on as a corporate pass purchaser, purchasing access for all of their staff. And in that case, because the service wasn't available to their staff weren't able to take advantage of it, we agreed to provide essentially, I think, a month or a month and a half of reduction in revenue there, or sort of, basically said, we're not gonna deliver that. So those are and that reduction in revenue and general revenue from, general transit ridership, visitors essentially, was a part of our application to Government of Alberta for lost revenue in 2024.
Thank you for that. I don't intend to rush counselors. I see many are reading the fine print. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Keller.
So, Mr. Gibbon, are any of the new proposed positions in this budget, or we have to add them?
Your worship, for Councillor Keller MP, so none of the new positions that were sort of referenced on, I'll put them up, on Dr. Mann's slide, neither of these positions are included in the budget. If I can hold on while I skip ahead a few slides. So administration would recommend that if council wanted to consider any of the 3 different staffing related items that Dr. Mann's related, the first would be to approve the conversion of 1 grounds labor position from seasonal to full-time continuous. So this is the one that would have no budget impact. We've had employees that will work seasonal, but for the entire year on different seasonal terms. So there'd be no financial impact to the budget. It's, again, that same principle saying we're now committing to a position that would be ongoing, but we've needed this function for many years. It just provides more certainty to the employee, which makes it easier to recruit for that position and easier to retain people. So not looking for better, more consistent employment. So that one would be one motion. Again, following that principle of administration won't establish a continuous position and continuous commitment to an employee without council's approval. The other 2 motions for council's consideration would be similar format, direct administration to revise the budget to include the establishment of 1 full-time maintenance worker 2 position. That's the one Director Mann's reference. Would be supporting the activity center, also replacing some of the knowledge gap and capacity that we had with Peter Ridge moving on, and also being able to handle the increased complexity of the mechanical systems at the activity center following renovation. The second is that committee director administration revised the budget to include the establishment of 1 full-time project coordinator position, and that was the one that was referenced in relation to external project management services that we might use. So if council wanted to consider any of those, we can work through these slides. The first of those, again, has no budget impact. It's just that commitment by establishing a full-time continuous position rather than seasonal.
Yeah.
Might I suggest, yes, we return to the first of those slides and we get this done before I invite a motion with respect to directing administration to continue with some form of a operations budget. Go ahead, Councillor Waxman.
Yeah, I'm very much in support of this. I think it adds, again, very permanent sense of employment for the individual and makes them feel more part of the team and without any real budget impact. So I would make the motion that committee approve the conversion of one grounds labor position from seasonal to full-time continuous.
again, subject to the limitations on committee, I understand the intent of the action, which is to direct administration to
Move forward.
carry forward and amend the budget in that respect, so perhaps somewhat imprecise, but we are not approving it yet.
I could amend, I think it's understood.
Any debate on that motion? That is for the conversion of that one grounds position seasonal to full-time. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. I think there were two other proposed motions, Mr. Gibbon. I'm sure now they're written with direction.
Easy for the rest.
Councilor Melvin.
Your worship, we want to do two separate, motions, I believe, for this as opposed to one. So I make the first motion that committee direct administration to revise the budget to include the establishment of one full-time maintenance to worker position.
Thank you. Councilor Melvin, any debate on that motion? Go
I
ahead.
just have a question for clarity. Moving these positions forward to be in the final budget presentation. Doesn't mean that we're approving the positions. It's to contemplate the budget as a whole. Correct.
Is to give direction to administration to bring back a budget that includes that position. I think that's what the administration is after. We haven't approved the budget yet, and we won't, but we're directing administration to bring forward a budget with certain particulars in it.
Your worship, that's exactly correct. And if council isn't interested in the position or isn't interested in the position for this year, I would suggest you don't tell us to include it, because every recalculation and then re-recalculation is, adds to the administrative workload. We can continue to recalculate as many times as council needs, but really, if any council members aren't feeling it, for this year, then by all means, I would say, don't do it as a courtesy. The financial impacts were presented, the one position of $60-some thousand and the other one about $80-some thousand. I think every council member would understand what that means in the context of the overall budget. So you certainly don't have to do it as a nicety to us to include the consideration. It's actually a term that we've been using a lot over the last little while, is kindness. And if there's not support for it, then please don't include it.
That's just kind of where I was going, just because we're weighing the gravity of that move, so.
Councilor Wilson?
I feel like I'm not in support of this position only because the activity center hasn't been operating. From what I heard, I think that this position is to be mostly in the activity center, the ice arena. I feel like we should see if this position is actually needed once everybody is working full-time in the respective areas this year.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Pellegrini.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Wilson. I don't think this is the year to be adding positions. We've got a lot of positions through JRC, and we are going to be paying 10% of that down the road. I just don't think this is the year. I agree that we should see how the activity centre and the arena runs with the current staff and go from there.
Thank you. Any other debate? Councilor Mellon?
The position was suggested to be considered as partially because of a new ice plant and and a change in the way we're making making ice and servicing the curling rink. Are there special qualifications that go along with running the ice plant over and above what we would have had with our previous ice plant manager, Peter Britt?
Director Mass?
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. The activity center and the arena were previously supported by a millwright journeyman position. That position is currently vacant, and we've been challenged actually over the last few years in recruiting qualified journeymen to Jasper, and so we're currently again recruiting for that millwright position as well this additional maintenance worker too. Would be able to again operate the ice plant with the millwright supporting that as needed from a more technical perspective.
Go ahead, Councillor Glover.
Well, I'm in a little bit of a conundrum here just because of, the attrition that we faced at the arena itself, and, particularly person with a vast skill set. So we knew that when the time came that we were gonna have to like fill in the gaps, and again, we're kind of stuck in this situation, I think, and I'm totally aligned with what Councillor Wilson and Councillor Keller are, and just feeling apprehensive, but then I'm also fearful of the gap. We've heard how important, that ice rink is to the community and to users, and, attracting, a lot of business to the community. So it's just one of those things where you're kind of damned if you do, and damned if you don't. And so, having the gravity of making decisions today, I'm not in favor of moving it forward until I have a little bit more time to contemplate it. I don't want to get these guys to add and subtract too much, because we've still got a little bit to go through. So I won't be in favor of moving it forward today.
Any other debate? I will speak in favor of the motion, recognizing that the work to include it will come back to council, and council can still make a decision. But if we say at this point not to include it, we will never see it. Seems to me. The other side of the argument, as Councillor DeMota alluded to, we are spending millions of dollars on an upgraded facility. If we determine for $60,000 not to have staff that can operate it, that is a worse scenario from my perspective. So I will vote in favor. That doesn't mean that it only means that the administration will come forward with a budget that includes that. Might be unnecessary work, but if we cancel it now, I think it will never come back. And if we wind up in a position where we have this new facility and then we are struggling to operate it, I think we have done a greater disservice to the community than preparing ourselves to operate it down. Councillor Melnick, it was your motion. You can close the debate if you wish. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor. Sorry, I missed you.
Sorry, I was just going to echo very much what you said. I think we've heard from the community how important this facility is to families and individuals, and I think like that it's incredibly important that once it's open, that there's a smooth operation, that we're able to fulfill our promises to the public. So I will vote in favor of it.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Worship, and I appreciate council's comments, and I think separating the two potential motions made for some good debate here. One of the other things, when we have a qualified individual coming into our facilities, there's potential for that individual to also perhaps have other responsibilities within the three buildings. And it may be an opportunity for enhanced preventive maintenance as well on both the activity center and the aquatic center. So I'm happy to put forth the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Again, the motion is to simply direct administration to put that position into the budget that comes back for approval ultimately to council. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. There are two opposed.
You can fix it.
That left another position, another proposed motion outstanding. Councillor Wilson?
Administration, could you just give another quick summary, I was gonna say brief, I don't know. But summary of what this position entails and who does it serve?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. This position would deal with coordinating all the various contractors that serve the three operating managers, the facilities, grounds and roads, as well as utilities over the course of the year, both in terms of operating activities as well as on annual programs that tend to be contracted out for rehabilitation and maintenance. And so the coordination of contractors has become an increasing portion of the operations and utilities managers' roles in recent years. And so this position would work directly with them and coordinate those various contractor activities.
Mr. Gibbon, did you indicate that this was about an $80,000 annual?
Your worship, that's correct. I can sort of get back to that slide for council. So the department has identified the position approximately just over $80,000 cost for the year. I believe that was with a April 1st start date. So that would reflect the 12-month cost. That would reflect 3/4 of the year cost. So it's a senior level position, that is in line with market expectations and the responsibility of managing important projects on behalf of the municipality.
Is there a councillor prepared to make the motion? If not, I think it sits in the budget that comes back, does not include that position, so it's not included. You need to have a defeated motion. Councillor Miller?
For the purposes of putting the motion on the floor for debate and further questions, I would make the motion that committee direct administration to revise the budget to include the establishment of a full-time project coordinator position. And since I've made the motion, I'll speak to it. There were some opportunities potentially that with this motion that there would be some savings in contracted services. If I heard that incorrectly, now would be the time to have my understanding corrected. But I understand that by having this position, there would be perhaps some opportunities to see some savings because of better coordination of those outside services.
Councillor Melnick, the intent of this position isn't necessarily to reduce the amount of contractors used by the MOJ. Rather, it's to assist the managers in the coordination of all those various contractors, both for ongoing operations for contracted services, as well as for various capital projects that occur over the course of the year.
And if I made this coordinator position, in addition to coordinating contractor positions, would they be in a role where they would be potentially soliciting quotes from a variety of suppliers? Again, a person in the senior role assisting the other managers to obtain the best possible price for the municipality for a given service.
That's correct. Currently, each of the managers coordinates contractors and does various purchasing kind of on the side of their desk, as well as managing their work areas. And so this coordinator position would assist with in ensuring that we get good value out of contracted services, as well as major purchases of supplies and materials.
Thank you for that, and I imagine along with that, the flow of paperwork and the follow-up on invoicing and so on, and that would all just be part and parcel of the role.
That's correct.
Thank you for clarifying.
There is a motion on the table. Any other debate? Councillor Wilson?
Just to speak in favor of this position, I kind of foresee a lot of special projects probably happening in recovery but not completely, probably covered by DRP. So, it's just to support our long-term team. I think, anyway, I think this position could benefit us quite well this year.
Anyone else to speak to the motion? Councillor Bonner?
Well, again, another one that I have difficulty contemplating, because I really didn't want to go in adding positions this year. But, from past history, if these people need some help, we've always kind of struggled in having some oversight on projects. And it's not to say that the people that are in place right now are lacking, but probably taxed. And I think that Councillor Wilson's right with some of the unforeseeable issues that might arise. I think that we're investing a lot in this infrastructure, and we need to make sure that our projects are going. And that's, I think, one thing over time that we've kind of been accused of overall is maybe just kind of like having lack of expertise in that area. And not to say that the people there don't have the expertise, but it'd be nice to see some higher level qualifications to help us guide through particularly sticky situations at times.
Thank you. In this particular instance, I am so far inclined perhaps against this motion, and not because it's not necessary. This is a position I might have voted for 2 or 3 years ago, before we started major renovations. The fact that it is coming up in the operations budget challenges us. I think this should be, if anything, a municipal position. That is, dealing with every department, not one department. We could use help, coordinating all of our facilities and particularly all of our contracts. But it is not the same as running a facility that is existing, that we've spent millions on. And I just fear that this is not the time to be adding to a budget for a new position. I appreciate that people will be challenged and they may be working off the side of their desk to coordinate contracts that are necessary, but it's not the same as running a facility. And it's just so challenging this year to look at new positions. So I'm not yet in favor of it. If it makes it on to the final cut of the budget, I'll have another shot at it. I'm inclined against it at the moment. Go ahead.
Just for point of clarity, I know that we're gonna have a lot of housing projects that are gonna be moving forward. A lot with the DRP hopefully in the near future, and I'm just wondering, like, because it's operation. And again, excusing repetition, but maybe through your worship for clarity, would there be oversight? Would this be part of all those other projects that are going on, like the skate park, the new housing development on GC, and those things to help keep all those things in coordination? Mr. Mintz.
That's correct. This position would report to the Director of Operations and Utilities and effectively support the management team in operations and utilities with those recovery projects that impact operations, as well as ongoing requirement to coordinate contractors.
It's your worship, I mean, I think the other, so given the opportunity, but the other thing that I would say that this position would do would allow our existing managers to free up some of their time that's become very focused on direct project delivery. And to use that freed up time to focus on developing and supporting their staff. Right now, our managers are managing in this area, I think a lot of the time, like managers are managing projects, which doesn't leave them a lot of time to manage people. Certainly the job's both, no doubt. But I think the case is put forward by the department here is that the volume, the ratio of project management to people management is administration believes that it could be rebalanced. So particularly in this time, where we've seen a lot of change, and our human resources side is more challenging than it was prior. There's more need for managers to have capacity to focus on managing people. The idea here is, say, rather than adding additional managers and putting different people, let's have an additional position to focus on managing projects. Bringing up our people, our leaders who support their staff, to be able to have more impact, to be able to provide that support. And to be clear, this is a support and guidance rather than HR support per se. But all of our managers in this area have a number of employees, and the ability to manage those employees is reduced if the managers have to be focused on things like contract management, checking in on contractors' payables, all those sort of things. So I think that that's the intent here of having that additional position.
Councillor Hall?
There we go. My question would be this role, would that have been obviously now the managers and the director previously, and that's how this has worked? You're finding just too much workload that managers and the director can.
Your worship, for council. Your worship for council, that's correct. I think that's the core of the recommendation here is that the volume of the projects in that the operations and utilities department is responsible for overseeing, is taking up such a large volume of the, sort of the available working hours that the managers don't have that same, the appropriate capacity to focus on managing their team. And so it's a function of a couple different things. Obviously, the number of recovery projects that are going on, but the administration isn't proposing this as a recovery related project because it is really a core municipal function and likely quite a bit of this need was there prior to the fire in the end. It's certainly exasperated by this, but we wouldn't tie it to recovery specifically. There's just a lot of projects, and if you've got managers who are out on site, making sure, I'll restate some of the things that I mentioned before.
Go ahead.
Just further question around that. So if there's a project right now that is directly related to recovery, our operations team is in charge of that, or is there anybody from JRCC that's helping with that as well?
Your worship, for Council Hall, thank you for the question. Absolutely, JRCC has a project management position. I believe it's one position right now that's around project management. So for all the recovery related projects, there's a single individual that's responsible for that. And so not speaking to what their workload is or isn't, but we can imagine it's significant. But all of those projects, many of those projects likely touch different departments, particularly in operations and utilities, especially in operations and utilities. A very small example that I'll use that's actually sort of live right now. A local business has is looking at establishing a new winter attraction. And they need to identify an appropriate site for the winter attraction. They need to identify what has the best utility capacity and all, a whole bunch of different pieces to that. So it's a fantastic thing that obviously administration wants to support from the community. And it starts to say, okay, well, then our manager of utilities starts to kind of consult on this, new attraction. And our manager of grounds has, some relation to that, also bylaw has a number of others. And the time where they're consulting on this one specific project, which is, important to the community, is time that they're not managing their teams or, sort of focusing on the other areas of their existing work. And what we're suggesting here is just the volume of, not exactly that, of projects generally. That's one type of project brought forward by an external partner. There are other projects that we're undertaking internally, and there are other projects that are specifically coming out as a result of recovery. The volume of project management is getting beyond the individual manager's capacity to handle that.
Anything further? Sir?
I said you definitely got me sold. I was just.
All right, again, your motion, Councilor Monk, if I can remember that, so you may close the debate.
Thank you again for the questions and for the additional clarity. And I do think, given that this is a year of uncertainty and a lot of changes that are going to have to be managed over the next 12 to 18 months. I think this position will help to free up our managers to be on the ground working with individuals, and hopefully we'll in the process also see some additional efficiencies. So I am we'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is closed. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried with 3 opposed. Might this be an opportune time for a short break for everybody? All right, we are at 2:33. Let us recess until 2:45.
Let us cabbage.
All right, welcome back. It is 2:45 and we are back in session, and I think we are at a position now to entertain a motion to have committee directed administration to move forward with the operations operating budget as amended. If there is a Councillor Melnick prepared to make that motion?
Thank you, Your Honor, your worship, you took the words right out of my mouth. But I can repeat what you like.
Motion is on the record now. It's your motion. Thank you for that. Is there any debate on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed, but just for the record, might you record that Councillor Demola was absent for the vote? We will need also then a motion with respect to moving forward with the operations capital budget. Councillor Wilson?
I'll make that motion.
There's that committee direct administration to move forward with the operations capital budget as presented. I see no hands looking to speak, so I will call the motion. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? I didn't see a hand. You were a vote, isn't it?
Well, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to vote. I apologize. I got to call away for a work matter.
No, might as well just record that as absent.
Appreciate that.
Does that then, Mr. Given, take us to the utilities portion of?
Your worship, it does. I think we saw Mr. Mans, so this may be a bit of a team effort between himself, Dr. Malinchuk, and myself. But we don't have an org chart for the utilities side, because that is contained within the operations org chart. But we do have separate budgets, again, reminding the public that our operations are intended to be fully funded, our utilities are intended to be fully funded by utility ratepayers or utility customers. And so the budget is presented separately. Essentially zeroes out. There's no sort of cross subsidy of general net tax support for utilities. And in your budget package, you'll see that on the water side, there's an increase in the amounts transferred to offset maintenance costs. So we have the new bulk water and sanding down station. Once we have a new facility, which is a new facility, there are maintenance costs that go along with that. So there's been an increase in internal transfers there. Also in transfer reserves and a decrease in transfer reserves for capital repair and maintenance. On the sewer side, and again, an increase in transfer reserves and wastewater treatment plant contracted services. So this is the contracted cost of the wastewater treatment plant and the planned sort of incremental cost increase under the terms of that agreement. Some other smaller amounts and other contracted services, materials, and then a decrease in debenture payment. And on the wastewater side, in solid waste, an increase in salaries and benefits, increase in fleet maintenance, decrease in transferred reserves. And as 2024 was the last year of the municipality of Jasper's contribution to the new cell development for the West Yellowhead Regional Waste Management Authority. So council, remember there's a request for members to support the development of a new landfill cell. We've made our contribution. That contribution amount is set in the terms of the agreement or relationship in West Yellowhead Regional Waste Management Authority. And very fortunate timing that the authority had that new cell open and ready to go, as it will be a significant, we'll see significant load coming from Jasper as a result of the demolition cleanup resulting from the wildfire. Your worship, I think administration is happy to answer any questions that you might have on the operating budget. I'll pause there, and when I say administration, it may be in one of the three of us here, if you have technical questions.
you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Councilors, questions with respect to the utilities budget? Go ahead, Councilor Moore.
Yeah, just forecast for revenues around the bulk water station. Again, another one of my pet projects that I like to follow. And I'm just wondering where that gets noted in here, and then also just where I can find the bulk water station in the capital portion of this is in the budget document.
Councillor Demota, the revenues projected for the bulk water station in 2025 is $108,000.
Relative to the Councilor Demona. We had a forecast of $105,000 this year. This project has been delayed with several factors, the wildfire being one of them, and our main contractor for the mechanical portion has lost their house as well as their shop house materials that were meant to accomplish the work. So this has delayed. We are looking for the operation, for it to be fully operational by January. We also have an increase, we delayed bulk water rate increase until January to reflect this the increasing need for redevelopment. So these two factors combined, we are very hopeful that 2025 we will hit that target of $110,000 with the new rate and also the new bulk water station.
I appreciate that. Although a conservative number, I think, when we start getting full campground back in the future again, and, we're, more users will be accessing that, I potentially see doubling that. Unfortunately, not on this council time, but hopefully down the road, I think that could bring a little bit of benefit to the whole utilities department, and hopefully see some, available funding for other things. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calgren.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, to Mr. Joe. So will people also be charged with the sewer portion, people that empty sewers and that for motorhomes, but may not necessarily take bulk water? Will that be measured and charged also?
Yes, again, your worship, through Councillor Henry. Yes, we have the system in place, but we chose not to charge until January as well. It's a separate system, but that runs on the same operating. So that will be implemented January 1st. So,
Here.
Councillor Wilson, you had questions earlier about unfunded items in the capital budget for sewer. Mr. Gibbon definitely put you off.
I'm apprehensive to bring it up now. Well, as Mr. Gibbon had suggested that everything's fully funded in utilities. Now my question might be not be needed, but I was just concerned about some of the items that in my mind might be associated with the disaster and could be funded by the DRP. Looking at wastewater collection, cleaning and inspection, post-fire service line replacement and renewal. Or that might have been on the list to do previous fire, but then there's also renewal for rebuilding properties. So some of those costs, could they not fall under the DRP?
I can take that question. The time of development of this document, we didn't hear back from the DRP. We are very hopeful that these costs will be covered. They are outside of the timeline for application, so we needed a special review from the funders. But we are hopeful that they will go through the DRP.
And then if not, it's covered by utilities?
Councilor Woodson, it will remain unfunded at this point, until we find, funding for the extent of, the projects that are listed as unfunded that you might see as something that, yes, we would need potentially, covered by DRP or whatnot. The last submission, put into DRP did not include these, and we'll have to, update that submission as Mr. Mitchell had indicated before we would put any kind of funding to those areas.
Not sure who is best to answer this, but in terms of the 2025 capital allocation, $1.5 million for Cabin Lake emergency water supply. What is the status of that, and what impact might that additional water supply have in the event of another wildfire hitting the town? Is that something that would allow us to continue to run hydrants in the event of a power loss? And if that is the case, is that something that might be operational by early in 2025?
Your worship, that funding we applied for the resiliency funding as well through the government of Alberta. This will be to tie our existing line from the initial water supply previous to 1982 was Cabin Lake. The infrastructure is still in the ground. There is some amendments and some more studies to do to make sure that it's still sound. But yes, this would have the benefit of when we deplete our reserve and cannot produce enough water, we could technically tap into the Cabin Lake as an emergency storage and then maintain our firefighting capacities in the event of another wildfire. We don't think it would be available in 2025, just pending the environmental studies and impacts that would have to go along with this. But we would be hopeful that design could be done in 2025 with construction in 2026.
Appreciate those observations. During the 2024 Jasper wildfire complex, did we resort to the additional pumping capacity down at the old water wells at the Athabasca River? Is that something that is still viable in the absence of water from Cabin Lake? Is that anything that needs to be upgraded to provide for that backup capacity?
Yes, Your Worship, that system is still functional and was intended to be used during this wildfire event. As we all know, the wildfire approached so quickly that we were unable to secure pumps in a timely manner as we're concentrating on deploying the sprinkler line around town. So unfortunately, it was a functional option. We just didn't have time to implement it.
But it continues to be a functional option, given everything else.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson.
And it's not maybe budget related, but just to jump into that topic, possible with Mr. Michaud here. I I'm not sure if the giant water storage, cylinders were here upon re-entry of everybody, but I'm sure have all seen them. You know, it's come to my attention, the suggestions from, individuals on the fire department, said this could come from the after action and, the preventative, captain preventative, but is that something that we could, bring into town, in the spring, have in town throughout the fire season, have them full, have them ready to go, just as an additional backup if something like the cabin, fire road water or the Athabasca water isn't available for the short term.
Your worship, I'll let Mr. Michaud sort of comment on the utilities aspect of that. I think we would want to discuss how practical and useful that would be with the folks in our protective and legislative services, Chief Conte, Director John. I think it was an appropriate tactic that was readily available. I don't know whether having it in the community on standby just in case is something that would provide the utility that it sort of the practical utility that might that some people might expect. I think it might provide more of a comfort sort of factor. My understanding is that one of the significant impacts, in firefighting was potentially around power and pumping, which is not a challenge that we would have with the cabin lake, because it, sort of by gravity feed, you'd be able to maintain that pressure system. But in terms of I think they were called soda cans, some people call them, but certainly administration would want, before acting on something like that, we'd want to take that back and just see if it really was a functional and useful firefighting tactic to have on standby. They certainly arrived quite quickly. I think there was in the community, certainly, so the community was evacuated on the Monday and I left on the Wednesday, and I know that they were in the community before I left. So, they were there within, a day or so. So it seems as though, again, this is from somebody who's not in the fire protection side, they're readily available, and easy to dispatch. So I don't know whether, that having them on standby in the community just in case would really provide a significant amount of benefit over calling them in as needed. That's something administration could follow apart on. And I don't know if there's any sort of utility rated aspects. I've seen that there's not.
Thank you for that. Any other questions relating to the utilities budget, operating or capital? Dr. Wilson?
I would then make the motion that committee direct administration move forward, with the utilities operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion. Any debates? Call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. It's outstanding, just the capital budget. Councilor Hall?
I'll make the motion that committee move forward, directed in to move forward with the utilities operation budget as presented. Or operate. Capital budget.
So close.
See no hands looking for debate. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you all for the presentation. Takes us to agenda item 3.7, reserves and debt. presume that was to Mr. Given or Director Mount.
Yeah.
Thank you. So in front of you, you see the reserves as, we have them set out by policy. Opening balance for 2024 was $1,888,696. We are estimating at year end that it'll be around $11,767,000. So a bit of an increase. And then over the next year, we're anticipating that we should come out a little bit higher again, not overly so, but sitting at about $12,854,000. So you can see the projected ins and outs to give the year-end totals. And so that includes anything that is planned within the capital budget or any transfers within the operating budget as well. You can see that there's a note put onto the side that the base budget also includes application of $300,000 from the financial stabilization reserve to reduce the level of tax increase. For debt limit projections, projects included in the base budget would leave the municipality with just over 11.6 million remaining debt capacity at the end of 2025. So again, I would like to focus everyone's attention onto the estimated remaining debt limit for the end of 2027. I spoke to this earlier. We will not be in an ideal position to go into further debt for DRP. So hopefully we're able to come to some other solution before this is the last alternative going forward. So this is also estimating that there might be another $1 million of revenue put onto the annual revenue from year to year. So that's just a base number being used. It's not drawn in stone by all means, because your revenue will change based on your actual revenue. So again, to our 2024 revenue will be impacted regardless of how much we even are able to recover from assistance. So I don't see that we'll be able to meet our estimated revenue by for sure, you know, like it's not, there is a possibility of a bit of a hole there. Hopefully that isn't the case and we do recover our full revenue, but there is a chance. So that's just a quick oversight so that council is aware going into the future that the debt limit is declining, and we would have to figure some additional sources out as we go along. Thank you.
Your worship, just also want to acknowledge that if you're following along in your documents that were sent ahead of the budget book, the slide here is updated. So apologies, the administration's been working pretty quickly to try to assemble this. And so will certainly correct the budget document that comes to council following the committee referral, but this does reflect the actuals. A couple of other things that I would want to point out, because I think the estimated end of 2025 sort of closing balance in terms of reserves of 12,853,000 is maintains a more positive picture of our cash reserves than is we could actually realize. The first is that the annual general capital reserve is an in and an out. So that's not savings that are sitting aside for use in some future year. That is an amount that we pull in from the operational budget into a reserve that we expend in that same year. And so that's an in and out. It's not a cash reserve that we're continuing to build up and hold. And so that really is, you know, when we think about how much cash does the municipality have staying aside, we should be discounting that $2.8 million from the 12.8 million. And additionally, the utility capital reserve is by council policy specific for use to utilities. As council is very well aware, we've worked very hard over the course of this term to build up our utility capital reserves, and you can see that there were additions to that reserve over the last couple of years, building up that amount in recognition of, you know, our need to do some significant infrastructure improvements, including some that are regulatory requirements, like the relining of the sewage lagoons. So that utility capital reserve is being built up in anticipation of significant capital costs that we know are coming. So while that one is, you know, council can direct its use in any way that you would like, you know, its intended use, there's continues to be a great need for that. So I would suggest that that's not a particularly flexible source of reserve funding. It's not as though that's cash that we have sitting in the bank that we could use for anything. We know we have capital needs in our utilities. We've been building up savings to be able to deal with those, and we're going to continue to need that. So I just wanted to bring those two areas to council's attention, so that, you know, we'd have sort of an accurate picture of the municipality's reserve situation, because I think that $12.8 million is could be viewed and is somewhat optimistic. That said, your worship, administration is applying some amounts to mitigate the property tax increase impact. Again, I referenced at the very start of the day that sort of winnowing off financial stabilization reserve. So we're down to 300,000 this year. Administration is recommending that council approve the application of debt and reserves as recommended. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Kilburn.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, you to Mr. Gibbon, our Director Melanchuk. So last week we talked about $6.5 million that we think we're going to be down this year unless the Alberta government comes forward. So in order to have a balanced budget, but we say they don't give us the money, but that $6.5 million come out of our reserves to balance our budget.
Your worship, I think Director Melanchuk and I will maybe work together on that one. In the absence, so there's a range of possibilities. And in the absence of any provincial financial support, we would need to have a discussion about which one of those possibilities council would like to choose. So this time we're not in a position because we don't know that the province has said no. They haven't given any clear indication for 2025 that they're, you know, intending to say yes either. But precedent certainly suggests that we're likely to get a positive recommendation. The budget is based on that assumption that there's a positive recommendation. If we didn't get a positive response, the range of possibilities could be from coming back to council in the new year with a recommendation to reduce expenses by reducing services. We could recommend to council that we maintain services, but allow the tax burden to shift to remaining properties. Having a higher burden on the remaining properties to make up for the loss of the revenue from the destroyed properties. We could recommend use of reserves. Obviously, we don't really have enough reserves to do all of it, but we could do some portion of it. I don't know that we would be in a position to recommend taking on additional debt, but that's something we could examine. As Director Melanchuk showed, our debt capacity is declining, and we shouldn't be borrowing. And I think we may even be prohibited from borrowing for operational costs, but maybe in a circumstance that might be something that we could find a way to do. Or it could be some blend of all of those different methods. you can appreciate there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of moving parts there. So at this time, I think what we would encourage council to do is, on a positive perspective, again, based on past precedent where the province has provided financial support in situations like this, to focus on the level of service that the community is going to need in 2025, to budget appropriately for that, and to task administration with ensuring that we come forward with any changes with more than enough notice, and that we look at a range of solutions if it turns out that we have to address that revenue gap ourselves. We would obviously be having a very detailed discussion about that. But that discussion, I don't think that there's a need at this time for council to preemptively decide that we're not going to get support and cut services now on the expectation that we won't get support, because I don't think we know that that's the case. And in fact, precedent says that, on balance, we can probably expect some support. So our commitment to you is we won't let that sort of just surprise you. We do have time before the mill rate is set, and we will need to continue to advocate to get that support.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given, and I have full trust in the administration that we may get this money. But, we're not rich, we're not a rich community, and I just wanted to find out, like, what I mean, like, we do have to look at the budget, and I have to commend you, the budget is not very high this year, 4% is pretty normal for anybody trending, but, going forward, we do have to be careful with our expenses.
Councillor DeVoto.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through you to CEO Given. Mr. Given, I can't remember now if it was last year or the year before, everything just seems to be merging together, but you did give us kind of our debt forecast, and I believe like when it came down to like our debt limit projections, we were the opposite of peak would be valley, right? So we were troughing at 2026 at the time, and then we were slowly, I remember, I think, things changing a little bit and progressing outwards from that. So I see now, obviously, that's changed, and it's moved to 2027. What does 2028 and 2029 look like if you have that idea? Does it look like it's gonna continue flat like that? Is it getting tighter, or, I know that's real long range, but these are things that we're contemplating when we're taking on projects and stuff, and I think the big thing that came forward was when we were anticipating there being a project at the time, so that was going to cause some bumps in the road.
Your Worship, for Councillor DeVoto, to Councillor DeVoto's point, certainly when I was in the guarantee, Director Malinchak has a forecast out beyond 2027. But that said, there are things that we know now. So for example, the fleet facility projects, well discussed previously, an intention of 5 years of debt repayment, and after 5 years, that mortgage goes away. So that's an example of debt coming on in 2025, but then over the course of 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, then it goes away. And that would free up some more debt capacity for the municipality. As we, reflected, we don't foresee in 2025 a significant number of recreation facility projects. And when you look at the capital plan, there continue to be improvements that are needed, particularly in the fitness and aquatic center. As we were doing that project, there was a number of, we always recognize that these are improvements that need to be made now, and there will be ongoing need to reinvest in that facility over time. Some of that will presumably be debt or grants if we can find them. And then also on the utility side, we are building up a reserve so that we have cash to pay for some of the big improvements that we know we need. But council saw the discussion about our application to the Alberta wastewater grant program for the lagoon relining. I'm going by memory here, but I believe that project was $4.7 million itself. Our utility reserve at the end of 2025 is likely to be at $4.2 million. So if we don't get that grant, we will have to take on some debenture, some debt to undertake that project and use some of our cash to do it. So there are things that we know, and that's why we do a long-term capital plan to look at the large projects where we may have to use debt. So Director Malinchuk can kind of build that into her calculations and forecasts. And every year administration is shifting those future priorities, to reflect, what a property tax increase would be in a given year, what our debt capacity is, what our reserve capacity is, and so we're regularly shifting those. And as Director Malinchuk, really succinctly put it, you can see going down to $5.7 million of capacity in 2027, is starting to bring us quite close. And when we, put that together with the $10 million potential DRP contribution, again, that's a placeholder. Even if it was $7.3 million, or if it was something less, additional debt that we might need to take on in 2028, that puts us pretty close to what our debt limit would be. Again, through no fault of our own, on the disaster side. One would imagine that there may be some leniency or some additional capacity given. And we have a number of years to work on that, but certainly the municipality is in a difficult financial position, particularly as a result of the disaster. The other thing that I'll say is that the administration continues to look for opportunities to reduce any debt amounts that we need to take on. A particularly good example is the JMHC apartment build. Council had previously approved taking on $5 million of debenture to be able to support that. We worked to establish the municipally controlled corporation as a strategy to leverage private capital and avoid having to take that debt on the municipality's books. And we found an even better solution, as things were changing at the federal level through CMHC apartment loan construction financing, which would cost the municipality's debt. That project is fully funded and we don't need to take out any municipal debt to fund that. So those are things that have all occurred in the course of last year. So while the situation is difficult, the administration continues to adjust and use any new tools that become available to us.
From FCM a couple of years ago, and being so excited about how other communities were using their own capital to leverage lending, and it came back and said, Bill. And then he goes, yeah, we're already on that as well. And also anecdote.
Director Malinchuk just confirm that on the reserve forecasting, the debit column is money in and the credit is money out. It just seems backwards.
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. And yes, it does seem backwards to many people, but that is how it works within our budget.
So on the capital budget for protective and legislative services, for example, $1.1 million this year and again next year for aerial replacement, combination of restricted reserves and CCFD. What particular reserve would that money be coming out of? It doesn't seem like there's any reserve there that can accommodate that scale of withdrawal for a new area. So can you explain how that works, and when in the capital budget we see that the funding source is restricted reserves? Are there any reserves that are not shown, and where, for example, would that $2.2 million be coming from?
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. Yes, so the one thing that you do not see is the percentage placed on each area. So when it comes down to the coverage, the application for the aerial through the Canada Community Building Fund, sorry. Will be in the amount of 457, will be this year allocated to reserves. And then, the CCBF is gonna be, 642, 245. So, and the other portion, the 1.1, would be applied to the CCBF in its entirety. So, as you see also, for instance, as, Mr. Gibbon was speaking to, the reserves and, the utility especially, and see that not much was coming out considering, the amount that you see in the capital plan, and that is because of, grant applications and whatnot. So, it might not be what you would anticipate to come out of reserves. We try to fund things through grants as we can. So that's another thing going forward. Who knows what we'll see in grant funding over the coming years, which would also change our debt projections. And as Mr. Gibbon alluded to, being able to take off the 5 million debt that we were planning for the housing and whatnot. So that's why we're seeing all those shifts, and it can change from year to year for sure. So the grant funding does help us substantially.
Thank you. When Director DeDon was presenting, she mentioned that our contributions to reserves have probably been less than would be ideal. And in the absence of grant funding, would you agree that our reserves are
completely insufficient?
Less than ideal.
Completely insufficient, yes. I think Director Nadal was especially speaking to our building contributions over the years. We've been especially good with our fleet or machinery contributions, but the building is aging. We probably need to reassess the amount that we're applying towards the building reserves as well. We're focusing on at this time on utilities, being that we're seeing that how things have increased over the years and how much it was to build for instance, the wastewater treatment plant 23 years ago, compared to what it costs to even replace some components of the wastewater treatment plant now. So definitely it's something that I'm hopeful that we can continue to put aside funds for and plan for the future rather than wait for something to occur. So again, yes, we're not in the best place by all means. We could be in a better place, but we're at least improving what we've been doing in the past. Every year we've been improving some.
My final question on this, is there a known and accepted best practice target for reserves as being, say, some percentage of the value of either fixed capital assets or mobile capital assets?
Yes, there are. We have them written within the context of the policy, and definitely even having those studies done to back what we're doing and give us an idea of what to do going forward is a good plan as well. It's been since 2015 since we did the asset management. We're still trying to catch up to that. We won't even probably come close to that. But we realized that we cannot move fast enough to catch up based on our small population.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Just a comment and then maybe a big question, but this again, and I appreciate the work that's been done with the finance department, just speaks to the declining provincial investment in our infrastructure. This is a thing that I seem to talk about a lot, and just quick Googling last night, since 2011, it's just been going down and down from 454 per person to 154 now which my rough calculations is another $1.4 billion, which we could absolutely use. That's I know I talk about that a lot, but my question is, and CEO, given you spoke to this at the very beginning of today around the 10% in other communities that have had to pay the 10% have way more in reserves, like how do they have 100 million reserves and we don't? I mean, I know population is one thing, but where else do they get money from?
Your worship, for Councillor Hall, thanks for the question. So municipal finance across the province varies from municipality to municipality, as do the municipality's expenses. So obviously a large municipality with a large population will have lots of facilities and lots of lane kilometers of roads and lots of human services, social services programs that they have to offer. Where a smaller municipality would have all those things, maybe at a smaller scale. Instead of having 10 fire halls, you might have one. That kind of example. I guess I get one too. But different municipalities have different cost structures. They also have different revenue opportunities. Jasper has a unique revenue opportunity in paid parking. Paid parking is an opportunity that exists in Jasper to provide a material contribution to our revenue. In Hythe, Alberta, the same opportunity doesn't exist. People aren't willing to pay to park in Hythe. They are willing to pay to park in Jasper. Many municipalities, so one of those major differences across Alberta is where taxable assessment is located. There is a significant amount of taxable assessment located in rural areas of Alberta. The very sort of further down, things like pipelines. So all those pipelines that run natural gas or any other product through the Alberta countryside are taxable, with revenue going to the local municipality. That has historically provided a significant amount of revenue to rural municipalities. There's also other types of tax on machinery and equipment. So if you're a municipality that has a mill or a refinery or that type of heavy industrial equipment located inside of it, that's another source of revenue that is traditionally provides a good income source for the municipality, just to be really blunt. In our local case, in other communities that have had disasters, and these are numbers from audited financial statements that I was looking up recently in the context of DRP funding, and also demonstrate that it's not just a urban versus rural sort of issue, but Yellowhead County had at the end of the 2023 year in their audited financial statements that are on their website had $108 million in reserves. They had only $1.4 million in outstanding debt and $128 million in remaining debt capacity. So that's a municipality, for example, that has a high amount of cash in reserves they could access, and likely as a result of their relatively high revenue, have not had to take on a lot of a lot of debt to undertake capital. Either they don't undertake a lot of capital, or they're able to pay for it all by cash without having to borrow. Brazeau County, another municipality that has had a recent DRP application, had at the same time $22.7 million in reserves, $6.7 million in outstanding debt, and $49 million in remaining debt capacity. Contrast those to Jasper, and again, these are from our 2023 audited financial statements, so same year basis, but we had at that time $3.4 million in reserves, 24 million in outstanding debt, and just 12.4 million in remaining debt capacity. So you can see that our financial position is materially different than those other municipalities. And that's just a feature of, facilities and buildings, structures, pay property tax to the jurisdiction that they're located within. The municipality of Jasper absolutely does benefit from some of this. We have pipelines that run through our larger rural boundary. Our larger rural boundary also means that Armit Basin, for example, is within the boundaries of the municipality of Jasper. So is Jasper Park Lodge. Our friends down Banff don't have that same benefit. Their municipal boundary is essentially the town site. And so there's, as I say, there are differences from municipality to municipality. I certainly don't want to cry woe is me because there are other municipalities that are in more difficult financial situations than Jasper. But the fact remains that, our condition means that our existing revenue sources make it very challenging to meet the needs of providing infrastructure and services to both our resident population and our visitor population, which, council well knows that issue. I think we see those issues reflected in the financial situation of the municipality. And in particular, as we look forward with this added costs of, the potential added costs of having to contribute to that DRP program.
Other questions for administration regarding reserves or debt? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Just to follow up to my question, there are pipelines that run through our greater rural municipal boundary. Do we collect some money from them?
Your worship, for Council Hall, yes, we do.
Councillor Nunn?
Thank you, your worship, and just a quick question on the LGFF framework, which is our new government of Alberta fiscal framework for, I guess, what used to be MSI funding. These are the confirmed numbers for 2025, or are these estimates?
Your worship, through Councillor Melnick, they would be applications that are submitted in 2025 for those projects. So basically, I generally go through the guidelines for eligible projects, look at what I might be able to apply the funds to, and then give the guidance on where we could apply those funds within the context of the budget. To this date, I have not had one that has been declined.
And while we're on funding here, there was a funding source that we used to call, I think it was called the federal gas tax. Is that now the Rural Transfer Solutions Fund?
No, your worship, through Councillor Melnick, it is the CCBF, the Canada Community Building Fund.
Thank you.
Yes, and just to note, though, the amount that we have is confirmed. The projects themselves still need to be applied for, but the funding is available. Just to be clear on that, thank you.
For a motion, or perhaps I'm going to give it again. Does this, if council accepts the proposal, does it need to come back as part of the budget?
Your worship, I think administration, and again, apologies for the framing on screen, haven't had a chance to update this one, but direct administration to include the use of reserves and debt as presented. Just confirmation that council has seen administration's proposal and they're not proposing to change the approach. Council could, for example, choose to amend the approach to use less from the financial stabilization reserve in 2025, leaving more in that reserve for potential future uses, knowing that we have these other potential DRP contribution and other expenses going forward. You could say, well, let's not use that in 2025. The result of that would be a higher property tax increase in 2025. So, there are pluses and minuses. Administration's goal was to give you a recommendation that we felt met a reasonable balance, but council could choose to take a different approach. And so that's where who would like a motion confirming either that the committee is willing to accept and recommend the approach recommended by administration, or if you have any differences or ways that you might like to amend that, you could do that at this point.
Oh, sorry.
You also look up, see if there's any motions. Yeah, no, I would make the motion, that, community director administration move forward with the use of, the reserves and debt as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Wilson. Dave? I'll call a question. All those in favor? There are none opposed? That is carried. Thank you for that presentation. That then takes us to community groups.
Your worship, on screen, and we have the recommendations coming from committee. So council met as committee of the whole to hear presentations from community groups on their requests for 2025. As one of the previous presentations from administration noted, there are some that were approved for multiple years, like the seniors bus contribution that was approved a couple of years ago, but for a 3-year term, so it's not reflected here. It's already included in today's budget. This is a table of the items that were recommended forward from that previous committee of the whole meeting. A couple of notes. The library board, as Director Malachuk mentioned, is included in the base budget at the 2024 level. So in essence, what they're requesting is an increase of just under $5,200 in 2025. All of the other items, the Yellowhead Historical Society or Museum, the Habitat for the Arts, Arts Guild, Community Futures, Uplift, and the Chamber of Commerce are not included in the base budget. The total of all of those items together, so the $5,200, 55,000, 36,000, and so on, add up to $130,280. Approving all of these requests would increase the net tax requisition by 1%. So we do have a list of motions. Certainly, council can deal with these items independently. There may be discussion or debate on any of them. And we're happy to take council's direction on how you would like to deal with these, whether you want to do it omnibus or sort of line by line. We've prepared motions to deal with them independently if you wish. Obviously, the community groups aren't here to answer questions. The administration might do our best, but council as a committee has had an opportunity to ask questions directly of the individual community groups.
Each of the community group proposals was dealt with by way of independent motion previously, so they've all already been through a separated motion.
Your worship, that's correct. The committee previously that you heard from each of them, discussed, debated, questioned, and then ultimately made independent motions to recommend forward to today.
So if anybody wanted to make an inclusive motion, it could still be subject to division for any one item or all items if necessary, but if we're looking at saving a little bit of time, we could deal with it by way of one motion. Is that,
That Julie direct administration to add the outside groups of $130,280 to budget.
thank you for that motion, Deputy Mayor Calabranti, so that encompasses all of the matters with the exception of not the full amount for the municipal library because all but 5,200 of that was already included in this budget.
And I'm happy to speak to the motion, Roland. Every group is in a difficult position this year. They all came. Everybody wants to maintain what they're doing and to work with the community in these programs. If we had to provide our programs ourselves for the municipality, it would cost us a lot more money. I think council needs to support these groups. I think it's very important for the mental health of our community that they have these programs to go to. And the community futures, 10,000, and all the work they do with our Jasper businesses. And to maintain that level with a very small staff, I think it's very important. And we do own the lease on the Robson House. And I think they need support also, again, the other membership this year due to wildfire. You know, memberships are not being renewed as quickly, and I think to maintain the Robson House, our leasehold, 5,000 to repair the windows is very important also. So I do believe that council at 1% needs to, in the budget, needs to support these groups.
Councillor Moore?
Just out of curiosity, okay, so, the first, the preliminary budget that was presented to council, if I did my math right, it was 4.3% increase without any additions to start with. Okay, so we added 2 positions, roughly another percentage. And then this represents another percentage, so we're just over 6. Just, that seem about accurate?
Your worship, I think that is accurate. The only other smaller and doesn't really change things in the protective and legislative services, there was the summer MCO position that Director Nadon recommended could be removed. That was about $33,000. Council made that motion to remove it. So plus minus.
Yeah, so pretty close to that ballpark. Okay. Something to consider. Thank you.
If there is no further debate, I am going to request division on simply the one relating to Uplift Mural Festival. There are conflict. I will leave the room and you can proceed. Oh no, I don't need to do that. I can call a vote. And then if there's a separate motion on that. So we could have a vote excluding the portion of your general motion that includes uplift and then we can deal with. I will recuse myself for that. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. I'm sorry, Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, I would like to speak briefly to the motion regarding the museum. I think that, or the Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society. I would say that in this year, the archives will play a very, very critical role in capturing the stories and artifacts that emerge from this historic event. And I think it's critical that organization be funded so that they have the capacity to do that in a thoughtful way.
Thank you for that. I will then call the question on the motion, including everything except uplift. So all those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And then I will recuse myself and relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Calabranti, and you can let me know when you're done with that. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, roughly, just.
Everybody, Councillor, make a motion, Councillor Hall. Make that motion to direct administration to move forward the request for $10,000 in funding for Public Mural Festival, the budget for 2025. Any debate? All those in favor? That is carried. You can come back. Don't go too far.
Just get mine myself. Gotta go some. Couldn't get it on, but it came out right. Yeah. Okay. Something's funny with it.
All right, we are, we're on pace to be done here, shortly. Mr. Gibbon, anything else to present to the lack of administration?
Your worship, no, we just have some wrap-up motions. Council, difficult budget, administration certainly appreciated that coming in, and so we hope that you saw it reflected in our base budget proposal and recommendation. You know, we would fully acknowledge that there continues to be a fair bit of uncertainty for the municipality. We, you know, will continue to work to reduce that uncertainty and confirm things as we march towards the deadlines for when we actually have to set the mill rate and impose the property taxes. We had set aside 2 days for this discussion. We are at the conclusion of the slide deck and all of the decisions that we need to ask you to make. The administration believes we'd be in a position, if the committee is satisfied, to essentially collate and adjust based on your recommendations and bring that forward to council. That could come forward as early as next week if council is supportive of that. But we do have those 2 opportunities. Discussing with Director Malinchuk, she believes that the number of changes isn't so significant that it would provide, you know, be a substantial amount of work. So we could recalculate, adjust, and be in a position to bring forward the updated budget, publish the updated budget on Friday of this week, so council could discuss and consider it for final approval on our regular council meeting on December 5th. In order to move that forward, December 3rd, thank you very much, sorry, my apologies. In order to move that forward, we need a motion from committee recommending that council approve the 2025 to 2027 budget as amended. If, you know, maybe there's some nuance there that we might like to apply to that motion. But essentially we need an acknowledgement from committee that you've made the amendments that you wish to, that you're perhaps direct administration to bring forward the amended budget to council. Might be another way to frame that, so it's not as though committee is approving the budget, but it is coming to council with your recommendation, recognizing all the hard work that you did over the last number of hours today.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Just one procedural note. We were scheduled for 2 days. Is it necessary to have a motion to cancel tomorrow? We could just, we would have, I suppose, just recessed overnight. So we get to adjournment, we're adjourning the 2 days of meetings.
Your worship, that's correct.
Thank you. Councilor DeVoe?
My only fear would be if someone is planning on attending could make it today, and one of them comes tomorrow, and then they show up, we don't have a council meeting. Maybe that's just a risk we take.
I think it is. For a state date. It would make no sense for all of us to gather here tomorrow on the off chance that some member of the public may have configured their schedule to be here with us.
I agree.
All right, is there a councillor prepared to make any motion? Councillor Hall?
I will make a motion that committee direct administration to bring forward the amended operating budget. Sorry, bring forward the operating budget as amended.
Thank you for that. That's sufficient for administration. Any debate on that motion? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That was the operating budget, you're right. So we need a motion on capital as well. And go ahead, Councillor Baxter.
That committee direct administration to bring forward the 2025-2027 capital budget as amended. Is it amended or was it? No,
It wasn't. As presented.
as presented.
Any debate on that motion? Call the question, all those in favor? There are none opposed? That is carried. Before we adjourn, Mr. Given my last opportunity, I might just suggest that on future occasions, that the color given to mayor and council on the organizational chart be separate than the color used for union employees. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Demola was quick for that. All those in favor? There are none opposed. We are adjourned at 3:57 p.m. Thank you all for a very efficient 2 days worth of work.